Thank you, ma'am. I just want to say good morning to everyone. And let's go ahead and set forth our appearances on the record.
Morning, Your Honor. Teddy Parker, Will Kemp, Eric Peppermint, and Brianna Smith. And we have, I believe, almost all of our clients here as well.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Adu and Eric Freeman on behalf of the Rural Water Defendants. Mr. Kaufman will be out ill today.
All right, I understand. And do we have anything we need to address outside the presence?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Actually, Your Honor, just a couple housekeeping.
No, yes.
Yes.
The first, Your Honor, just so you're aware, the first witness we're going to call is Dr. Michael Cosnet. We're playing his video, but his video is actually his trial testimony from the Gallagher case. I just wanted the court to be aware, so when the video came up and it looked familiar, it's stipulated too that we're playing that testimony from the Gallagher trial.
I understand, sir.
And then for the court clerk, plaintiff Monica Branch-Noto will testify after Dr. Cosnet. And for her, we have agreed to the admission of certain medical records, a select subset. And they're different than the subset that was submitted as part of the electronic exhibit list and file. So my understanding is the best way to handle that is we provide a paper copy of the pages that are going to be part of the exhibit, and these will either be new exhibit 238 or a different exhibit in line, whatever's preferable.
You can just use it as the new 238.
Okay. And so I can give you these when we admit them in advance of Monica's testimony.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay. All right, ma'am, we can bring in the panel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, perfect. Because, at 9:15. Right, that's. Let's see what it said, 'cause it always takes about 10 or 15 minutes.
Appreciate that. It's not a conflict.
Thank you. 20 ways after the morning session tonight.
I was just waiting until we get completely done with the water.
Yeah, I think we did have a little psychological effect. Because I was sitting there at lunch thinking, I was like, can I do this?
Hey, you thinking about the damn nut in the bottle, can I?
Yeah. Okay.
Like, you really think I didn't need this right now?
Sometimes in this case, not me for with that.
There should be a better enough.
Just to make up for it.
Yeah.
Coming right over front.
All right, for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, and it's my understanding we're going to start with plaintiff's case in chief, and they're going to call their first witness. Is that correct, Mr. Kemp?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call Dr. Michael Cosnet.
And his testimony will be via video, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, we're ready when you are, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Dr. Cosner. Good afternoon. I don't anticipate your testimony will take long today, because that's for jurors. Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education in current employment? I'm a medical toxicologist. I'm a physician who specializes in the field of medicine, a subspecialty that deals with how chemicals and toxic substances affect health. I've been doing that for 32 years. I went to college at Yale University. I had a Bachelor's of Science in molecular biophysics and biochemistry. From there, I went to medical school at the University of California, San Francisco, graduated with an MD degree. Then I went on and I specialized in internal medicine. From there, I went on and got a second residency in occupational and environmental medicine, particularly focusing on chemicals and the environment. And then I went on and did got a third certification function as a medical toxicologist at the University of California, San Francisco. And after all that, I was board certified in internal medicine, occupational medicine, and medical toxicology. And my wife said she was joking when I got it. So we're going to be quick. What were you asked to do in this case? I was asked in this case to look at what could be the cause of, as a toxicologist, what could be the cause of what happened to make people sick from drinking their water. You know, I was aware of the fact that the CDC and the FDA and the Southern Health District had done some epidemiological investigations, and they came to the conclusion in the spring of 2021 that there was something in the water, and they, prevented the water from being sold. But CDC never came out, FDA never came out and said, well, what was the specific agent in the water? They didn't think it was infectious. So counsel came to me, and they said, can you look at this and look at all the testing and everything that was done? And as a toxicologist, can you find anything that might have caused it? And so I proceeded to look at the evidence or the available information. And the first thing I did is I wanted to find out what medically has been examined, particularly of the type of liver disease that these people had. Because many of the people, as you know, actually had to be considered even for a liver transplant. And one of the studies I saw, and I'm going to want you to is this study was actually published in the American Journal of Gastroenterology, and it was a report on 4 of the people who underwent liver biopsies after being exposed to real water. It was called acute liver failure due to manufactured alkaline water, a case series of real water-induced liver injury. And what we see, when I read about this, is that there was a variety of different types of liver damage that occurred in these patients. They included inflammation, they included some cellular injuries, bile stoppage, which we call cholestasis, inflammation of the bile ducts, and even in some cases, scarring of the liver, which is a form of like cirrhosis, is a form of scarring. So I said, if something chemically in this water causes it has to be something that really causes liver damage. So the next thing I did is I looked at the FDA test reports. And they had a lot of testing, and I went through it all page by page. And one of the things that I'm sorry to cut you off, for the record, the reference article, Acute Liver Failure Due to Manufactured Alkaline Water, a case series of real water, that is Exhibit 8. And that's been pre-admitted already. I'm sorry, continue. What was the next thing you did? So the next thing I did is said, well, look at the testing that the FDA did, and do I see anything in there that raised an eyebrow to me that this could cause liver damage? And sure enough, buried in the listings of all the things, I saw reference to hydrazine being present. And it was present at a very high quantity. This is in the context parts per billion. And this is a chemical that's toxic and is present in the parts per thousand range in this concentrate. So it wasn't just this one sample. In fact, it turned out that they tested 3 different samples of the concentrate, and hydrazine was present in all 3. Okay, in close to the same.
And Dr. Cosner, you're referring to the testing done by the FDA laboratories in Cincinnati. Is that right?
Yes.
And the 2 testing reports that you're referring to are pre-admitted exhibits 6 and exhibits 5.
So I knew that hydrazine, as a toxicologist, I knew that hydrazine was toxic. And I told counsel, I said, I think this is something that we really have to look into as the cause. And so what I decided is I was going to do a thorough investigation about what was known about the way hydrazine affects the liver, and also at what doses it affects.
Dr. Cosner, in your review of the FDA testing, did you review any testing that the FDA did on the real water to concentrate that did not have hydrazine in it?
No, every testing that they did on the concentrate showed hydrazine.
Thank you. So you referenced that you went about to investigate what is known about how hydrazine affects the liver. How did you investigate?
Well, I reviewed a lot of information about hydrazine. In fact, let me show you a picture of the chemical structure of hydrazine. And this is a very simple molecule. It's 2 nitrogens and 4 hydrogens. It's inorganic. But this is a very reactive molecule. So when it gets into biological systems, it reacts with it. It can cause damage. Okay? So this, and then I said, okay, well, let's look at the literature that shows how does it damage the liver. And I looked for studies, and it's interesting. This has been known, it turns out, for a long time. This is one of the articles I found. This was published in 1908. It's called The Pathological Anatomy of Hydrazine Poisoning. And it turns out, in 1908, they gave animals a single dose, and a bunch of different types of animals, a single dose of hydrazine, and all the animals had liver damage. And they said, that's pretty remarkable. Now, that was a single high dose. So I wanted to say, well, what about situations where people or animals got lower doses, but over a longer period of time?
So, Dr. Cosner, as we're going through these scientific articles that you researched and looked at, before we get there, can you just tell the jury what is hydrazine?
Hydrazine, like I said, is an inorganic chemical, and it's soluble in water. It dissolves very well in water. It has, and when it's just look at hydrazine, it has a little bit of an oily consistency to it. But when it's dissolved in water, it's clear and it just dissolves very well in water, and the water doesn't look funny. By looking at it, it looks like clear water. What is it used for? It's used for predominantly as a rocket fuel. It is, it can be explosive and produce a lot of force when it's, and that's why they use it in rockets. They also use it as auxiliary power or emergency power in F-16s, or in case the regular power of the plane would fall, that would be a backup power. So it turns out that many of the studies on the toxicity of hydrazine were actually done at the request of the U.S. military, at the request of the Department of Defense. And they did government reports on it. And it wasn't just in our country, it was also in other countries. And so I reviewed that data as well.
And after you started looking into the scientific studies and data on the rocket fuel hydrazine, what else did you find?
Well, another thing that I wanted you to be aware of is a lot of these studies, and I'm going to show you when I mention the studies, has to do with what we call dose. And dose is the amount of a chemical or drug that's taken or absorbed into the body. And we usually express it in terms of the amount the person takes in divided by their body weight. Okay? So for example, if you have 150 milligrams of a chemical like hydrazine, it could be any chemical, and we give it to someone, we want to know, well, how much is that person weigh? So that's often measured in kilograms of body weight. A kilogram is 2.2 pounds. So 100 kilograms, for an example in the top line there, 150 milligrams of the chemical in a 100 kilogram adult, that dose is 1.5 milligrams per kilogram per day. Right? If you gave that same amount, 150 milligrams of the chemical, to a child who only weighed 10 kilograms, or 22 pounds, who has a higher dose? Well, the child has 15 milligrams per kilogram. So we're going to talk, I want you to bear in mind that I'm going to mention the terms milligrams per kilogram per day. That's how you talk about dose in toxicology.
Dr. Cosner, can I ask you on this slide? So, 100 kilograms, I'm used to the pounds. Pounds, I understand. 100 kilograms is that about
220 pounds.
So about an adult a little bit larger than me.
Yes.
What about 10 kilograms?
22 pounds.
For
The child.
So
Maybe 2 pounds.
when we talk about dose, if we're giving the same amount, the same quantity to an adult, they're getting a much smaller dose than the same amount given to a child.
That's right.
And is it fair to say that the greater the dose, the greater the harm in terms of a poisonous substance like mine?
Yes, that's true.
What did you do next?
So then I looked at studies that had looked at not just animals getting a single high dose, but getting lower doses over a period. And one of the studies that was published was done in Germany in 1988. And they actually, in this, they gave male and female rats different doses of hydrazine in drinking water. Okay? They gave it to them in the drinking water. And they gave it to them over the course of greater than a year. And then when the animals died, they did autopsies on the animals. And they had started this study because they thought they wanted to look at whether hydrazine caused cancer. It turned out it didn't cause cancer, but one of the things that they found was that it caused an increase in the prevalence of what's called bile duct hyperplasia, or a thickening or abnormality of the bile ducts. And those are an important component of the liver. So this was an example of how chronic exposure to hydrazine at lower dose that didn't kill the animals right away caused them to develop abnormalities in the liver. And this appeared at a dose of 0.13 milligrams per kilogram per day in the males, rats, and 0.77 milligrams per day in the female rats. Why was it higher in the females than the males? It's not clear. That sometimes happens. There's gender difference. There were several other studies. I'm not going to go through every single one. This was one that was done and published in a journal of the National Cancer Institute, where they gave hydrazine to hamsters, and they found at the lowest dose that they tested, this is not necessarily the lowest dose that causes, but at 3.1 milligrams per kilogram per day, they had liver abnormalities by 19 weeks, and by 38 weeks, almost 2/3 of the animals had cirrhosis of the liver, which is a type of fibrosis. Is very bad liver damage. Another study that was done in Japan more recently, and they gave hydrazine to the animals. And in this case, this was in rats and mice, and they found a dose of 1.8 milligrams per kilogram. There was an increase in liver enzymes. You've heard earlier about how liver enzymes can go up in people. In this case, well, they found this in the animals. In fact, they had very high enzyme levels at animals who were given 2.65 milligrams per kilogram. And there was another study that was published and discussed, I should say, it was reviewed in a scientific review of hydrazine, which is dozens and dozens of pages long, that was put together by the World Health Organization. And they found that there was damage to the brain and also damage to the liver at a a dose as low as 0.03 milligrams per kilogram. And in this case, they didn't use just rats, they also use guinea pigs. Sometimes guinea pigs are more sensitive. There's variability, and it's not unusual in studies to see some animals are more sensitive than others, but there's variability. But these studies consistently showed that there was liver damage from long-term exposure to lower doses of the animals.
What about humans? If you located your reports of hydrazine exposure causing liver damage to humans?
You know, there were no experimental studies in people who specifically designed to detect liver damage. But there were three types of evidence that I want to show you about that. Some of them were workplace studies for people who worked with hydrazine and developed liver disease. One of them, there were some studies, there was actually a period of time where people were trying to use hydrazine to treat cancer. It didn't work, but it caused bad side effects in the liver. And then there's also, I'm going to tell you about the fact that there's a drug that is used to treat tuberculosis called isoniazid. And a side effect of isoniazid that's very well recognized is liver disease, in some cases liver failure. And it turns out that isoniazid is metabolized in hydrazine. Okay? So let's talk about these three things. This is one of the studies that you saw, and this was published in Finland, and actually it was a gentleman who worked with hydrazine 1 day a week. He handled it. They didn't specify exactly, but he probably had some inhalation exposure and thermal exposure, and he was a machinist. And after 6 months, he started to get ill. And he went to see a doctor, and when he went to the doctor, he had jaundice. You know what jaundice is? Yellow jaundice, your eyes are yellow, sometimes your skin is yellow. What happens when you have when you have liver failure. And that's what he had. He had a very high bilirubin. That's what causes you to become jaundiced. And he wound up actually dying. And they attributed his death to being exposed to hydrazine. And when they did an autopsy, they found evidence of liver damage. Now, I looked at how much we estimated he was exposed to, and I had to make some estimations. And I think his exposure could have been as low as 0.14 milligrams per kilogram a day. You see, I'm always highlighting the yellow doses because we're going to come back. Now, there were some other studies. Remember I told you about that, the studies that were done on people who were being exposed through cancer treatment. There was an unorthodox doctor, a doctor named Dr. Gold, back in the 70s. And he had this theory. He was not a mainstream physician, but he had this theory that got around that hydrazine could somehow be helpful in treating cancer or helping people who were developing what we call cachexia, or loss of weight and thinning and wasting away if they gave hydrazine. So, because there was a lot of clamor in patients, especially patients who nothing else was working to do it, there were some studies that looked at it. They didn't do formal, controlled studies, but they gave some people hydrazine. Okay? And they published this. And this is one report in 1975. They gave some people with disseminated cancer, in other words, they had advanced cancer. They gave 29 of them hydrazine, and it didn't help them get better. But some of those patients got evidence of elevated bilirubin, liver damage, and some of them had elevated liver enzymes. Now, the National Academy of Sciences actually referred to this study when they were asked to look at Gulf War veterans. Remember the Gulf War veterans? There's a lot of sense of them getting ill. This was back in the early in the Bush administration when they invaded Iraq and those concerns. And the veterans were maybe exposed to hydrazine because it was used in rockets, propelled rockets and missiles. So they looked at it and they said, in their opinion, looking at the data, that these individuals, some of whom had evidence of liver damage, were exposed to 0.2 to 0.7 milligrams per kilogram.
What about the drug isoniazid?
Well, just what we said real briefly, this is another study that I think is worth just mentioning real quickly. This was a gentleman who self-treated it. He went to the internet and ordered hydrazine over maxillary sinus. Maxillary sinus is, sinus is getting that. He's reading about Dr. Thornton. Yeah, this was, even though most people said it didn't work, there's people who believe if they have cancer, they'll try it. And unfortunately, this man, he took it for 4 months, and then he went to medical attention, and he was jaundiced. He was admitted to the hospital. He had severe liver damage. His bilirubin was 43.2. The normal was less than 1.2. And despite aggressive treatment, he went on to die. Okay, both hepatic and GI bleeding. And we had, sorry, just cut you off on that. That's hepatic encephalopathy. Yes, he died of hepatic encephalopathy, which is a form of brain swelling and brain damage that you get in the liver. Remember that was talked about in some patients. In this case, hepatic encephalopathy. So this is a guy who's taking hydrazine, and he died, and he had hepatic encephalopathy. And the dose, which we calculated, was 0.38 milligrams per kilogram. Okay, now isoniazid. Right? So isoniazid, as I mentioned, is a drug that's used to treat tuberculosis. Or if you've been exposed to tuberculosis, you have to take it for sometimes 6 months to 9 months. But it's well known that about 20% of the people who take isoniazid develop evidence of liver injury. And in some studies, as many as 1%, it becomes so severe that it can be sometimes fatal. That's a side effect of isoniazid. And they looked in studies in animals, this is some of the studies we looked at, and they thought that it was the hydrazine that was responsible. And I can show you why they thought hydrazine was responsible. I'll talk loud, so hopefully it's okay. This is INH. This is the drug INH there. And what I want you to notice, remember we said that hydrazine was 2 nitrogens and 2 hydrogens? This little piece here, when it's metabolized, becomes hydrazine. Okay? And so they found out in their animal studies, it takes this enzyme to produce it. If this enzyme is inhibited, if you give them another drug, guess what? You don't get the animals didn't get the damage from the isoniazid. Also, you see this arrow here and this arrow here? This is an enzyme that converts either the INH or the hydrazine to other compounds, which are less toxic. This enzyme is called NAT2, or N-acetyltransferase 2. This is the important form. People have different levels of that naturally. Okay? Some people have lower levels, and some people have higher levels. The people who have low levels, it doesn't act as much. This process is slow. This detoxification process is slow. And they're called slow acetylators. And guess what? If you are a slow acetylator, you're more susceptible if you get if you get isoniazid to developing them. And probably, if you're a slow acetylator and you get exposed to hydrazine, you are going to be more likely to get liver damage. So that's why not everyone who took real water got liver damage. But there's a reason for why some people may be more susceptible. Okay? It's how much genetically this enzyme is. And we know there's different levels. Okay? And in some cases, as many as in some groups of people, ethnic groups, it can be as much as 50% of people are slow acetylate.
Dr. Kosnick, can we look at the dose that you found by isoniazid and then go to the chart?
Yes. So I actually said, okay, well, if you're taking isoniazid at the standard dose, how much hydrazine is produced? And my estimate, if you assume that 1 molecule of isoniazid gets converted to 1 molecule of hydrazine, and the standard dose of isoniazid, which is also abbreviated INH, is 5 milligrams per kilogram, then the dose of hydrazine that's causing this toxicity in some of the people who take INH is about 1 milligram per kilogram. So I presented to you a bunch of different studies with a bunch of different doses. So now you're wondering, well, how much hydrazine did the people get who drank
about the hydrazine that was tested in the concentrate, and how that's the process that's used followed to make the water. It's diluted down a little bit in the finished product. And you came up with an approximate range given that information. And then compare that to the studies and the doses. Right?
So I looked at
We looked at that
the
last
median dose, and I did some calculations here. For the median dose and the 95th percentile. And this is what we got. The 95th percentile hydrazine dose from real water would have been 0.97, and this is for like people who are consuming it. Now, some people could take a lot more, and some people have individual variability. But looking at the average dose, the median dose of 0.37 and the 95th percentile dose, you see the numbers 0.97 and 0.37? They fit right in the range of the studies we just described, from animals and from humans, of the doses that were experimentally shown to cause liver damage. So I concluded, and it is my belief, to a reasonable degree of medical probability, that hydrazine in the real water was responsible for some people getting liver damage by drinking the river.
Dr. Cosnell,
Just to sum up,
the greater the dose, the greater the harm.
yes,
Right? Hydrazine was in the real water based on the information you looked at.
right,
Hydrazine is rocket fuel.
it's used in rocket fuel.
Hydrazine, the rocket fuel causes liver damage, and some people would get a big enough dose. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you, Dr. Cosnell. That's all I have for you.
Were you here, did you see the setup as to how the water was made with the mixing?
Yes.
I want to follow up on something you said. You said that hydrazine dissolves very easily in water.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
It means that, well, I don't have the exact amount, but it's not like putting vegetable oil in water that we separate out. If you put hydrazine in water, it goes into solution.
Okay, we use like something that everyday people understand, perhaps. Is it like when you're making spaghetti and you take a little bit of salt in the water, you put a little salt and it's just gone after you stir it around with the noodles?
It's probably not as soluble as salt in
Okay.
water, but it dissolves in it. It dissolves.
Okay, I appreciate that. So the hydrazine that ended up in the real water is going to be pretty well dissolved.
Yes. It's called miscible. It's suspended, very fine suspension.
So if I'm understanding correctly, basically the hydrazine that's going to be in the real water, you can't see it.
That's right.
Do you smell it?
Depends on how much was there. It's possible, sometimes it has an ammonia type smell if it's present in high enough concentrations. Depends on-
Is it going to be oily? Is the water going to be oily, or is it all dissolved?
Again, it depends on how much.
Is it going to be red? Is it going to be a fishy smell?
Not always. I mean, like I said, it could be if it was high enough amount, but in general, not always.
Going to look like dirt in the water?
Dr. Cosnett, all of the opinions that you testified to today, were they all stated to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
They were.
Thank you.
That's all you're on.
We have an additional short clip that we're going to play as well.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
So, is your understanding that you've been designated as a general causation expert in the area of toxicology?
Correct.
Okay, and that's regarding hydrazine or hydrolysine. I say it wrong, hydrolysine.
I've been designated as a medical toxicology expert with regard to whether consumption of real water resulted or was of a magnitude that was capable of causing the outbreak of illness associated with consumption of real water. As with that, I examined the issue of hydrogen.
Okay, great. And when you say outbreak, what do you refer to?
There were cases that came to attention in 2020 that led to the discovery that real water was responsible for causing liver injury in a number of people.
And just to back it up one other level, how did that come to the attention of?
Well, I believe it came, I think, I'm not going to discuss the history of how it came to attention. So, in general, there were medical providers in Nevada who became aware that there were a number of children, I believe, who developed a hepatotoxic illness, some of whom were referred to the University of Utah. Subsequent investigations were conducted by the Southern Nevada Health District and the U.S. Food and Drug Administration.
And my understanding is that you were designated as, my understanding is that specific causation wasn't your assignment in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was at the time of your earlier deposition. Does that apply now as well?
Yes.
And did you develop any opinions as to whether any individual developed any injury to any organ in this matter?
Well, I'm not offering testimony on specific individuals. I'm talking about the relationship between real water and its hydrazine content and the ability of that to cause liver injury in some consumers.
Very good. So you don't have any opinions on whether hydrazine was ingested by any individual in this case?
I'm not going to discuss specific causation.
Do you have any opinions as to whether real water always contained hydrazine?
What do you mean always? No, I'm not going to discuss I'm not going to testify as to the exact time frame when hydrazine did or did not appear in real water in terms of specific dates. I'm aware of the fact that the investigation that was conducted by the U.S. FDA did reveal the presence of hydrazine in the concentrate and in some cases of individual bottles of real water. But as to when that began or when that not began, I believe that other experts will be commenting on.
Okay, and so do you know the hydrazine concentration of retail real water consumed by any plaintiff?
Well, I know something about it. I know what was present, as described in my report. I understand that concentrate was used to produce real water that was used by consumers, and I know information on the amount of hydrazine that was measured in the concentrate. So I would say I don't know anything about it, but as the opinions expressed in my report, which I stand behind, is that the contamination of hydrazine in real water was of a magnitude capable of causing hepatotoxic illness in some consumers.
Do we agree that that hydrazine at some concentration can be non-toxic?
Yes, I think that's a general paradigm in toxicology, particularly with respect to non-cancer outcomes.
And more specifically, you don't hold any, you haven't developed or disclosed any opinions here about the carcinogenic effects or potential carcinogenic effects of hydrazine?
That's correct.
Your Honor, that concludes the testimony of Dr. Cosnet.
Okay, thank you, sir. And our next witness will be?
Next witness will be plaintiff Monica Branch Noto, Your Honor.
What? Oh, okay, I got you. And for the record, do we invoke the exclusionary rule?
No, Your Honor, I don't see any.
Remain standing where you are again. You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Monica Branch Noto, MONICABRANCHNOTO.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
Good morning, Monica.
Morning.
First question, are you nervous?
Yes? No.
It's okay. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name's Monica Branch Noto.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up here, born and raised in Las Vegas.
And where did you go to high school?
I went to Chaparral High School.
How about after high school, what did you do?
After high school, I basically went straight to work.
And what do you do for work today?
I'm an asset manager. I've been in commercial property management for 20 years. The next step up gradually would be an asset manager.
And what kind of things do you do as an asset manager, just day to day?
Day to day, I have several properties around the U.S. that have commercial property managers that manage them on site, and then I just look over them, so I oversee the managers.
Sounds like a problem solver job
Yes.
to me.
Very much so.
Can you tell the jury if you have any children?
I do. I have two sons. Devin, he's here with me today, and he's my older son, and then I have a younger son, Cooper.
How old's Devin?
Devin's 28.
And what does Devin do?
Devin is a server at Fleming's.
Great restaurant. What about Cooper? How old's Cooper?
Cooper's 13.
What grade is he in?
He's in 7th grade.
Tell the jury a little bit about Cooper. What is he like?
Cooper is a very athletic kid. He loves football. He's been playing football since he was 5. He's been playing basketball for the last couple of years. Very smart. Not a big fan of school, but he loves athletes or athletics and sports.
What position does he play in football?
He plays receiver.
Does he ever play out of the slot?
Yes.
All right. Are you currently married?
I am not.
Who lives with you now in your house?
Just my younger son, Cooper.
Tell the jury a little bit about your personal life. What kind of things do you like to do in your spare time?
In my spare time, I love the ocean, I love the beach, but I also love to go hiking, fishing, camping, anything basically that is the outdoors.
Any favorite spots around?
Love Duck Creek in Utah. We go there every year. We rent the same cabin, bring the whole family, the boys. We love to go fishing. And on the other side with the beach, we like to visit Huntington Beach several times a year.
Two great places. Let's transition to why we're here. When did you start drinking real water?
I believe it was early 2020.
What attracted you and your family to real water?
So initially what attracted me was my sister's a very health conscious person. She's always, giving me ideas and telling me things that I should probably drink or eat that would better my health. And real water was one of those because of the alkaline is supposed to be the best for you health-wise, and I drink a
thought real water would be healthy for you.
Absolutely.
Did you drink both the retail bottles and the 5-gallon home delivery?
I did.
At this, you said that you started drinking in 2020?
Yes.
And at this time, who lived with you in your house?
At this time, it was just me and my younger son Cooper. At that time, he was 8.
And what grade was he in at this time?
I believe he was in 4th grade.
Did Cooper drink real water as well?
He did drink real water.
Now let's go back in time to the fall of 2020. Did there come a time where you started to feel very sick after drinking real water?
Yes.
What happened? Tell the jury what happened.
So, I remember it clearly because it was my son Devin's birthday. It was October 28th. And we all went out to dinner, Devin and myself and Cooper. And we went to sushi. We all love sushi. So, we all share rolls and rice and stuff like that. And that night, I went home, Devin went to his house, and I just started feeling ill. Like my stomach started hurting, went to sleep, got up in the middle of the night and just started vomiting, just throwing up, waiting a few minutes, throwing up again, waiting a few minutes, throwing up again. And I believe this went on for a few hours. By then it was, morning time. So I immediately called Devin and I said, "Are you sick? I think maybe we all got food poisoning." Cooper didn't get sick, he usually just eats rice. Devin said he felt fine. That day, I started feeling a little bit better, then towards the night, I started throwing up again. So I didn't know what was going on. So then, the next day, I was fine. So I thought, maybe it was just food poisoning.
And you're feeling sick. Are you continuing to drink real water?
Continuing to drink real water, yes.
So, did you start to feel sick again at any time?
I did. So I felt okay for a few days, and then I continued to drink real water. I was a little dehydrated from throwing up so much, so I probably drank more. And then I started feeling sick again. It was the same thing. It was just an onset of quick vomiting.
What was the frequency like of the vomiting?
It was, it would be a half a day where I would vomit. I would drink more water because I was dehydrated. I'd be okay for a few hours, and then I would vomit again. Okay for like 1 or 2 days, which is odd. I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't really stomach feeling sick. I would just randomly throw up. And that went on for a few days, off and on.
Now, this is November 2020.
Yes.
It's the height of COVID at this time. Were you working from home, or did you go into an office? How were you in terms of your work schedule?
I was working in my office at that time. We had the choice to work from home or to go to the office. And most of my staff worked from home, so I went into the office.
And when you were getting sick with these bouts of vomiting, was that disrupting your ability to work?
100%. As it progressed further into the month, I started getting really, really, really tired to where I could only get up, and by then I was working from home because I didn't even have the strength to drive the car to go into my office. So I was working from home. I was so fatigued, I couldn't even work but like a few hours a day, and I'd have to go lay down and take a nap. And in between that time, I was still vomiting. So,
Did there come a time where you thought that you needed to seek medical attention?
yes.
Shane, could we please pull up, well, first, Your Honor, we have a stipulation as the new Exhibit 38, which is a group of select medical records for Ms. Branch Noto. If I could approach and hand it to the clerk.
You may approach.
This is 38?
230.
230.
Shane, if we could please pull up Exhibit 238, page 231-0034. It's the November 9th visit note. Monica, November 9th, is this the first time that you saw a medical provider related to how you were feeling in the fall of 2020?
Yes.
What, can you tell the jury about this medical visit?
So this was with my, my doctor, and I called her, well, I talked to her, I think this was a telemed, I'm not sure. But just explained to her all my symptoms, how I was feeling, and how confused I was, which I didn't understand why I was feeling this way, and I asked, do you have any other patients coming in with these similar symptoms? And she said, no, not at all. Which confused me even more, why am I feeling this way? And they tested me for COVID, I didn't have COVID.
Now, you mentioned that this was a telemed visit. And again, this was the height of COVID. How did the COVID impact your feelings in going to seek medical attention when you needed it?
In what way? In person?
Did it dissuade you from going into the doctor to
Yes.
treat?
Right, that's why I did it over the phone.
And in this medical note, it says that you're complaining of nausea and vomiting, and it's been going on for 11 days. Right? So this is describing after your son's birthday dinner, when you start feeling the nausea and vomiting, it's continuing on for a long time, right?
Yes.
And are you starting to get worried about it at this point, especially with the other symptoms?
Extremely worried. I didn't know what was going on, and to talk to my doctor that I see all the time, knowing she knows my health, and for her to not have any other patients with these same symptoms worried me even more. So now I just don't really know what's going on.
Did they give you any answers after the 11-9 visit?
No answers.
So, did you continue to feel sick?
I continue to feel sick, yes.
Shane, can we please pull up Exhibit 238, page 231-0030? Monica, this is a November 25th, a note from a November 25th, 2020 follow-up appointment with your medical provider at Sunset Clinic. Is November 25th the next time you went to the doctor?
I can't be certain, but it's around that time, yes.
And according to this, how are you feeling at this time on November 25th?
It's just getting worse. I can't recall if this is before or after Thanksgiving.
I'll tell you, it was the day before Thanksgiving in 2020.
It was the day before Thanksgiving, okay. So, and I can go back to that time.
So this says you were still complaining of nausea and vomiting, and it's been noted for the past month. At this point, have you been experiencing nausea and vomiting for a month? And it also mentions that there's nothing else really going on except this persistent nausea and vomiting, right?
Right.
And how are you feeling generally at this point?
Really, really bad. At this point, it started affecting my memory. I was so fatigued. I'm a big cooker. I always do a big Thanksgiving dinner.
Take your time.
So I was so weak and fatigued. basically laying on the couch with no energy. And I had some friends reach out to me and ask me if they could make me some dinner and bring it over, and they'll just leave it at the front door for me. And I said, sure, yes, because Thanksgiving came and gone, and my friends had called and they asked just, how was the food? Did you like it or whatever? And I said, I don't know what are you talking about? And they said, remember I was gonna bring you food and leave it at the front door. And my front door was still sitting there. Because I did remember having that conversation.
It's not the best Thanksgiving. What happened next?
I believe I went to urgent care again, this time in person, explained my situation. Again, asked, has anybody else had anything like this? And they said, no. So they basically told me I have to follow up with my PCP. So I went back home.
Shane, can we please pull up Exhibit 238, page 238-0002? Monica, this is a medical note from your November 30th visit to urgent care. This discusses complaints of fatigue, confusion, nausea, feeling very sick and tired, like your brain is in a fog, confused. Notes that your urine has been really dark, even though you have been drinking a lot of fluids. Is that how you were feeling?
Yes.
Is there any way to accurately describe the symptoms you were feeling at this time in a written word?
I just, honestly, I was completely, like it says, in a fog. I had my son, my younger son, who was 8 at the time. He had to go stay with his dad because I couldn't take care of him. And I was just, it's almost like I was like I didn't even know where I was, who I was, what I was doing.
The medical note references that your urine is very dark and you're trying to drink a lot of fluids. Did those fluids include real water?
Yes.
At this time, did you believe drinking real water was going to help you get better?
Yes, I drank a lot of it.
Shane, can we please pull up Exhibit 238, page 238-0005? Monica, this is a medical note from your December 2nd, 2020 visit back to urgent care. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about this visit? Where are you? How are you feeling? What's going on at this point in time?
Yes, so I went back home, and by this time I was getting very, very worse. I couldn't even leave my couch. Devin had brought my younger son over to see me. I hadn't seen him in days. And I was laying on the couch, and I'm looking at the TV, and I asked both my kids, I said, I'm seeing double. Is there like 2 TV screens there? And then Devin came up and see me in a few days. And Your eyes are yellow. There's something wrong with you. Could you hear that from your son? It's hard. And you're supposed to be there for them. So, he told me, he said, you need to go back to urgent care. And I said, I can't drive. I can't hardly even move. So he drove me to urgent care. And because it's during COVID, he couldn't come in with me. He could walk me to the door, and then I had to stay there in the waiting room. And I went and saw the doctor, told her the same things that have been going on for the past 5 weeks, that it's getting worse. She immediately drew my blood, and she said, I'm sending this in for immediate results. I guess they call it STAC. And they said, you need to go home and you need to stay by your phone, because I may be calling you first thing in the morning. And that scared me, of course. So I went home. Devin stayed at my house with me. And they called me. I don't remember what time. She said, you need to get to the ER immediately. There's something going on with your liver.
Shane, can you please pull up Exhibit 241? Monica, looking at Exhibit 241, is this a picture of you with the yellow in your eyes and yellow complexion?
Yes. I'm sorry, counsel, I don't have that as admitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is stipulated to admit.
241?
241.
I think she said she doesn't have it. Did you?
We hadn't admitted it yet, but there's a stipulation to admit 241.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's an
give her
electronic.
all of them. I had no objection to that, just to make it go quicker. Up to you.
Tori, we've stipulated to admit exhibits 240, 241, 242, 243, 244.
Thank you.
And 245.
That one I think was already admitted. So Monica, you have the yellow eyes, you have the yellow complexion, and this is your appearance when you're taken by your son to urgent care on December 2nd, 2020.
Yes.
Thank you, Shane. And the doctor does the blood work, and you hear the next morning, get to the ER, you're in liver failure, right? What is going through your mind at that point?
I think I'm gonna die. I don't know. That's the first thing I went to. Never heard of liver failure, but I can't live without your liver, and if it's in failure, I'm gonna die and lose money. Won't be here for my kids, grandkids.
Prior to this, had you ever experienced any type of health issue?
Not at all. Only 2 times I'd ever been in the hospital to have children.
How did you get to the emergency room on December 3rd?
My son Devin took me. And because again, it's COVID, he couldn't even come in with me. And I begged the security guard at the front door, I said, please, I'm not in the right frame of mind. I'm confused. If you ask me questions, I probably won't know how to answer them. But because it's COVID, nobody could go in.
They refused to let you have Devin by your side?
Yes.
Shane, can you please pull up Exhibit 238, page 238-0009? Now, these results from your December 2nd blood work show AST of 750. Did an ALT of 558 at this point. Did your doctors ever discuss these numbers with you, or did they just tell you that these are extraordinarily high liver
Objection,
function
meeting.
tests?
I'll sustain.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Did your doctors ever tell you, discuss these specific numbers with you
At the hospital?
at any point?
Just the emergency room before I went to the hospital.
What did they tell you?
She told me that that's how she knew that something was wrong with my liver, because these two numbers were elevated, very, very high.
Thank you. So tell the jury what happened. You go to the emergency room on December 3rd. What happened next?
So, at the emergency room, and they take you back and they ask you a bunch of questions, which I don't remember even what was asked of me. I remember waiting, and I remember getting admitted. They drew some blood, and then they admitted me that day, and I was in the room. I mean, honestly, a lot of it's just like in and out, very foggy. I don't have a lot of memory of what happened when I was there. I do know that they came in, were doing many, many tests, MRI with contrast, and they did a CT scan, and they said that they were checking for something to be wrong with my liver.
Shane, can you please pull up Exhibit 238, 238-0022? This is the medical note from the emergency department, and it's dated December 3rd, 2020. Is that the day you were admitted to St. Rose Dominican Hospital?
Yes.
And this shows a discharge date of December 7th, 2020. Is that the date that you were discharged from the
Yes.
hospital? You mentioned that when they admitted you to the hospital, they started taking your blood, right? Did they place a PICC line? Let me pull up, Shane, can you pull up Exhibit 242, please? Can you tell the jury what Exhibit 242 shows?
I'm not sure. I think that's just to draw blood.
Is that what they placed in your vein to draw the blood from?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that experience? What was that like?
It was confusing. I mean, usually when they draw blood, they just do your arm and then come draw blood. But that was kind of left there, I guess, to continuously pull blood.
Was it painful?
Yes.
Did it cause bruising?
Yes.
Shane, can you please pull up Exhibit 243? Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this picture shows?
That's bruising on one of my arms.
And Shane, 244, please. More bruising.
More bruising.
Did they run additional tests while you were admitted to the hospital?
They did. They ran those ones I just mentioned. There may have been more. Those are the ones I recall. The final test that was done was a liver biopsy.
Before we get there, I want to ask you, at any point when you were hospitalized between December 3rd and December 7th, 2020, were you able to have any visitors?
No, the son can come. They can bring me food. They have to leave it at the front door of the hospital. And that's very hard because I don't know what's going on. I'm confused, I'm fatigued. I have 3 different doctors coming in and telling me all different things, and I don't know who to talk to. I don't have someone there on my side or my family to discuss this with. And even I have my cell phone. I could call them, but I don't even remember what the doctor said. So I had to say,
Who was taking care of Cooper during this time?
He was with his dad.
Were you worried about him?
Of course.
You mentioned the liver biopsy. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about that experience?
Yes. So, you have to be awake for it. They take you down to this room and they put half of your body in this big, almost like where you go in to get a CAT scan, kind of. And then from what I remember, they're putting things on where your liver is right here. And then they're pushing down and they're looking at a camera. And they have to figure out where to stick the needle. This big. While I'm awake, there's a little pincher at the end of it. So they numb you a little bit right there to where they put it in. Put the needle in and they're looking on the screen. To see where they want to take a piece of the tissue. They tell you it's going to be a little crampy. And I felt the moment that he let this piece off. It wasn't clampy, and it hurt. And he did that, and I believe he had to pull that out, give that sample, and then they had to give another sample. So I believe the same thing again. It's a long needle. And you're awake. You just stick it in your skin and right into your liver. And pinch a piece of it off. Cut a piece of it off. It's painful.
As you're going through all of this, are the doctors able to give you any answers as to what's wrong with you?
Nothing. They ran all of those tests, and their final test was to do the liver biopsy, and they found nothing.
Do you drink alcohol?
I do.
Do you drink alcohol in excess?
I don't.
Did the doctors accuse you of, or did the doctors attempt to blame that alcohol may have been the cause of what was going on with you?
Yes, they did, which upset me greatly. Here I am in the hospital, not knowing what's going on with me, thinking I might die, I might not see my kids. And they kept telling me that because they couldn't find anything, that it's alcohol. So they basically told me that I was an alcoholic and brought all this on myself.
How did that make you feel?
It made me angry, so angry. To know that I didn't do this to myself. I've been a very healthy person. And in a matter of 5 to 6 weeks, I feel like I'm dying. And to tell me that it's my fault. I did this to myself when I know I didn't. So I was very upset and I was very angry.
While you were hospitalized, did you stop drinking real water?
I'm sorry.
While you were hospitalized, did you stop drinking real water?
No, I did not drink real water, I drank hospital water.
And did you start to feel a little better?
I did.
Did the doctors tell you that you could go home?
After they ran those tests and they were testing my AST, ALT, those two numbers, they were coming down a little bit, very, very little bit is what they were telling me, but they couldn't get them all the way down. But then they couldn't find anything wrong, so they had no choice but to send me home.
Shane, could you please pull up Exhibit 238, page 238-0032? Under coagulation, Monica, this shows your INR levels. On December 3rd, your INR was 3.35. Did the doctors ever discuss this INR number with you?
I've never heard of that until today.
This document shows your INR numbers going down over different days while you're at the hospital, correct? When the doctors told you that your ALT and AST numbers were improving enough so you could go home from the hospital, did they mention anything about your INR numbers improving enough so you could go home from the hospital?
That's the same, you can rephrase.
When the doctors told you about your ALT, AST numbers going down, did they say anything about your INR numbers as well?
Objection, leave.
Overruled.
I've never heard that INR before we started this process. So no, they never did.
Okay, so after you were let out of the hospital and were able to go home, did you continue to drink real water? Did you start to feel sick again?
I did.
What happened next?
So I believe I've been home from the hospital now 3 days, and I just go back to drinking water, you know. Real water, it's healthy water, of course, but you know, they always say drink a lot of water, water's very good for you. So I did, and about the 3rd day home, I got violently ill, just throwing up and throwing up and throwing up. I think I threw up for 24 to 36 hours straight. And I think because, again, like I mentioned before, when you throw up, you get dehydrated, so you drink more water. So I'm throwing up, drinking more water, yeah, so that was probably one of the worst times.
When did you first learn that it was real water that caused your liver failure and made you sick?
When I saw something in the news in March. And when I read the article, it had mentioned all of the same things that I had.
What was that time period like from when you got sick in the fall of 2020 until that March 2021 when you learned that it was real water that made you sick? What was that period like not knowing?
It was awful because, again, I've been so healthy my whole life. And then this onslaught of being extremely ill, going to the hospital, going through everything I went through, this happen again. So now I'm scared, so I didn't want my younger son to come home, because I didn't know if maybe there was something going on in my house. Maybe there's some kind of lead, or I don't know, it's something. I would have never in a million years thought it would be water. So, those few months, you know, I look at my future, have young kids. I want to have grandkids. I don't know if this is going to happen again, and the next time it happens, am I going to die? So it was always what I thought about.
Take your time, you're doing a really good job. Shane, can we please pull up Exhibit 238, page 238-0044? Monica, this is the results from your liver biopsy test. Says stage 2 to 3 of 4 fibrosis, and a trichrome stain shows paracellular fibrosis with focal bridging. Did any of your medical providers ever discuss these findings with you?
Yes.
What did they
I
say?
mean, not in that detail, but that their findings, I had to go see, I don't remember what the doctor's name was after I got out of the hospital, to talk to them about this test. And again, I'm sitting there across from this doctor who doesn't, a medical doctor that's supposed to know, I'm supposed to trust and believe in. And he did the same thing. He said all of this information that we've been provided and the documents and records I'm looking through is very, I forget the word, is what's associated with being an alcoholic. So here again, some other person is telling me that I brought all of this on myself. I was angry again, and I think I had some choice words with him before I left, because I was very, very mad. Of course, you know, just hearing that you did this to yourself again, it hurts.
Monica, are you aware that Dr. Hudson, an expert physician and liver specialist retained by the plaintiffs, is recommending that
Objection leading.
Can we play this?
Are you aware that Dr. Hudson is recommending future medical monitoring because of scarring?
Overrule.
Because of this,
It's more foundational.
are you aware that plaintiff's medical expert Dr. Hudson is recommending future medical monitoring because of the scarring and permanent injury to your liver?
Yes.
Is that hard to hear?
Yes. Again, it takes me right back to when this happened and not knowing what was going on, and now hearing that it could affect me in my future. And again, that whole story goes through my head about not being here for my kids, my grandkids. And to know that this is something that I'm gonna have to think about my whole life, the rest of my life.
Is that future medical monitoring something that you're committed to doing?
100%.
Dr. Stephen Sands is an expert neuropsychological professional retained by the plaintiffs. Did you meet with Dr. Sands?
Yes.
And are you aware that Dr. Sands is recommending that you...
Objection leading.
I'll
Foundation.
sustain. I'll sustain. You can rephrase it.
Do you intend to comply with Dr. Sands' recommendations regarding...
Objection leading.
Ask her if she's familiar with the recommendations, and then follow up.
You aware that Dr. Sands has made certain recommendations related to future neuropsychological and psychiatric evaluations and treatment?
Yes.
Are those future neuropsychological and psychiatric evaluations and treatment something you think you would benefit from?
Yes.
Is that something that you intend to do in the future?
Yes, 100%.
Thank you, Monica. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you, sir. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Noto. My name is Joel Adu. I'm one of the attorneys for Real Water. Do you need a break? We can take a break. Let me tell you this. I'm not going to ask you a whole lot of questions, but if you need a break, I'm happy to ask the court for a break.
I appreciate it, but
Okay. If during my questions you need a break, we can take a break. I don't have a lot of questions for you. I don't want to make this any harder than it has to be. I'm going to be brief. Hopefully I'm not going to ask you any questions that are difficult. And I just want to give you that up front. Is that fair? Okay. I'm very sorry that Real Water made you this sick. Real Water is sorry that made you this sick.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yes, we can. Okay, we'll tell the jury to disregard the last question or comment. And it's my understanding the jury needs a break, is that correct? All right. Well, you know, and thank you for telling me that, because sometimes we get so focused on what's at hand, we lose sight of time. So what I'll do is this, we'll go ahead and issue the recess admonishment. How much time do you think you need, 15? 10? 15? All right, okay, that's what we'll do. Ladies and gentlemen, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. Remember not to read, watch, or listen to any commentary or report on this trial by any persons connected with this case or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media. You know the prohibition. And last but not least, you do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you during jury deliberation. Do you understand that? All right, and lastly, remember this. If you have inadvertent contact with lawyers, their clients, and or anyone involved with the trial team, and you say something to them and they don't respond, please don't hold that against them. Because we've gone over this before, but they're under ethical obligations. And we'll get you out of here. All right, ma'am.
All rise for the jury.
And ma'am, you may step down. All right, we'll just take a quick break, everyone.
You may be seated.
All right, we don't have anything to address outside the presence, do we?
Nothing from plaintiffs, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just a couple of housekeeping matters. I don't believe juror number 20, Mr. Arias, needed to leave early. I thought he was the one who asked the procedure tomorrow. I thought he said he could stay till the normal quitting time, but
We'll find out, yeah.
we wanted to make sure.
Get them out a little earlier. Yeah, but we'll accommodate them.
Thank you, Your Honor, that was it.
Please remind me though.
I will.
All right. Yeah, bring him in. Yeah, probably. Somewhat longer on the Smith side. They probably have to go too. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It depends on what time they get done.
You cannot get on the back. Are you kidding? 25 minutes in rush hour traffic? No.
What, do you have to go change or something?
We got the.
Mr. Eggles.
All right, for the jury.
You guys are in trial.
Mr. Eggles had no that.
You look fine. Both of you.
All jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
All right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Ms. Noto, thank you for your patience. Who's your current physician, your primary care physician? I'm sorry.
Sunset Clinic.
And is it Dr. Hogan still?
No, she left the practice.
I'm sorry. You like Dr. Hogan?
I did, well, for many years. I forget the new person's name.
Dr. Hogan was your primary care physician for a long time?
Yes,
And you're friends with her? Or were, I guess?
I don't know, we're friends.
Friendly?
She was my doctor.
You felt comfortable with Dr. Hogan?
Yes.
How about the new doctor? How's it going?
I've only seen her a few times, but it's going good.
You feel comfortable with your new doctor?
Yes.
Do you believe she's taking good care of you?
Yes.
Are you comfortable talking to your new doctor about any health issues that you may have?
Yes.
You don't feel apprehensive in seeing the new doctor at all?
No, at all.
Okay. How's your work going?
Works good.
Do you enjoy your work?
I love what I do.
Good for you.
Yes.
Is it stressful?
It's stressful, but it's challenging, which is what I like.
Is it rewarding?
It's rewarding.
Good for you. The last time that you saw a doctor related to the consumption of real water, that was a doctor that wasn't so nice. That was a gastroenterologist in January of 2021.
Yes.
Have you seen anybody since January of 2021
Um,
for issues related to this case?
no,
So currently your health, you're doing okay?
I'm okay.
Good for you. The medical bills that real water caused you to incur, do you know the amount?
I don't,
Is it about $74,000?
sounds about right.
Ms. Noto, thank you again for your time. Apologize if we've made you uncomfortable in any way. We really appreciate you coming today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Need redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you may step down.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Honor, we would call Patricia Converse by video. It's approximately 30 minutes long.
Okay, and what we'll do after this one is done, we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, it's 35 minutes long, Your Honor.
Okay.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Absolutely, yes. Okay, all right. Would you state your name,
through high school.
Here in Nevada?
No, Colorado.
Okay, so you graduated high school in Colorado?
Yes,
What's the name of the high school?
Boulder High.
And approximately what was that?
Graduated
Right.
79.
Did you work at a job in Nevada?
I worked at a print shop for a little bit.
Okay. Doing what in general?
Sales.
And after the print shop, where did you work?
I was at 2015, that's when I went to Real Water.
Okay, well, if you came here in 2000, started at the print shop,
2001.
2001, and you went to Real Water in 2015, the print shop was the only job you had in that 14-year period? Okay. Okay, so before 2015, the only other job you had here in Nevada was at the print shop?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so the job in, Real Water job that was posted to Craigslist, was it for a specific position?
Yes, it was at the front desk and from the desk. Front desk, I moved up within a month, I would say, to Director of Quality Control.
Okay, but the job that was being advertised in 2015 was to be?
At the front desk, receptionist.
Okay, so the ad in Craigslist was for a receptionist at Real Water?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you felt like you had the training and background to do that job?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been a receptionist before?
No, but definitely have a lot of people skills.
Okay, so prior to 2015, had you had any training with regards to how to make water, how to make food, anything of the sort?
No, they taught me. No, it was,
We'll get into what they taught you, but
Oh,
prior to
okay.
2015, no training whatsoever?
No.
In food processing,
no,
water processing,
no,
quality assurance?
no,
You know, nothing whatsoever?
nothing.
Any chemistry class?
No,
Any involvement with using testing equipment?
no,
Okay. So you went to Real Water and became the receptionist in 2015, is that correct?
yes.
Do you remember the month? Approximately.
I want to say it was around May or June because it wasn't like extremely hot yet.
Okay. And would that have been a facility at on Desert Inn?
Yes,
Now, when you got hired, you said you were hired to be the receptionist, and then a month later you became the director of quality
Control.
Control. Okay. And I assume you've never been the director of quality control before.
no,
Who was the director of quality control at the time you were the receptionist?
there was nobody.
Okay, back to when you were hired as a receptionist, was that an hourly position? You were paid hourly?
Yes,
Do you remember what the hourly rate was?
no, sorry.
And when you became the director of quality control, was that also an hourly position?
No, that was a salary. That was $800 a week.
Okay, and was that a raise over what you were making before?
Yes,
Okay. During what time period were you the director of quality control?
well, I was there till, August of 17, I'm gonna say. So,
So it would have been,
almost 2 years, right?
okay, so if you became the receptionist sometime
In 15,
in 2015.
Yeah.
And you became the director of quality control in May or June of 2015.
yes.
So you were director of quality control for
Over-
sometime between May and June of 2015 to August
August.
2017.
Correct.
Now, in the Desert Inn plan, during the time period that you were the director of quality assurance, was there a room where concentrate was administered into the Real Water?
Yes.
And what was that room called?
You know, I don't remember the name of it, but I do remember where it was located.
Okay, and can you tell me approximately how big that room was?
Sure, if you If you take from this end of that pillar all the way across, and it'd be this big.
Okay. So approximately 20 by 10 maybe?
That's about right.
All right. Now, and in this, was this 20 by 10 concentrate room, room where access was restricted?
Yes.
Okay, and who was the access restricted to?
I had to go in there because of the electrical cords that needed to be fixed, and that's why I was to go in there and to make sure that everything was picked up and clean. But when Blaine went in there, nobody was allowed, he would lock it up, nobody's allowed in there.
Okay, and that would be Blaine Jones?
Correct.
And he was the one that was mixing the concentrate?
Correct.
Okay. And I say concentrate, is that was the term that was used by the Real Water Club?
Yes, it is, sir.
And what did this stuff look like? What color was it?
I never saw it.
Okay, so you never saw the concentrate before it was added into the water?
No.
Okay. And where, do you know what the ingredients in the concentrate were?
No, sir.
At any time did you know the ingredients of the concentrate?
No.
Okay, so you were never, you as the Director of Quality Control were never provided with a list of the materials that would be used to make the concentrate?
No.
Do you know how they were making the concentrate?
No.
Okay. All you know is Blaine went into a room and the concentrate came out?
Correct.
Okay.
There were big tanks they would go into.
So basically they would make a tank full of concentrate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if I told you that these were titanium tubes used to make the concentrate, that'd be news to you?
Yeah.
So as far as you know, you've never actually seen these things?
No.
Okay. And you were the Director of Quality Control?
Absolutely.
Did you know prior to today that they were using titanium tubes as part of the manufacturing process?
I did not know that.
Okay, so today is the first day you discovered this, correct?
Yes, sir. I've never seen these. Sorry, my glasses are dirty.
Now, directing your attention to the top left quadrant of the exhibit, do you see that? Do you see how the tubes are arranged together and there's tubes coming out of the titanium tubes?
Yes.
Okay. And you see, again, you know how they made the water alkaline or non-alkaline? You know what process they used to? You don't know?
No.
Okay. Did you know whether or not they applied a positive electric charge to these tubes, exhibit 25?
No, sir.
Okay. And I referenced them as titanium tubes. You didn't even know they were tubes, much less that they were supposedly titanium.
No.
Right. Okay. So basically, whatever was done in the concentrate room, you weren't privy to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regards to your job as the Director of Quality Control, you could not do any quality control in the concentrate room because you didn't know what was going on in there.
Exactly.
And you would agree with me that if there was a water processing plant and you were Director of Quality Control and there were things going on in some room that you had no access to, you couldn't ensure the total integrity of the system?
Correct. I do know that. Now that you say that, I know
Right.
it, but I didn't have that kind of background.
Okay. You didn't have the training to recognize that at the time?
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with something known as HACCP?
No, sir.
Okay. And so if I told you HACCP meant Hazards Analysis Critical Control Point, that would be news to you?
Yes.
So you don't know how many steps, if any, there are in HACCP?
No, sir.
Okay. And since you don't even know the first step, right?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
And do you know the four types of food and safety hazards under an HACCP analysis?
No, sir.
Do you know how many critical control points there are under an HACCP analysis?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Now, if you take a look at Exhibit 18, that's the next in order there.
Okay.
This is an audit by a group called NSF International that claims to have visited the plant sometime in 2017. If you go to the very last page, you'll see your signature. Well, I should ask you, is that your signature on the very last page?
On the last page of this?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir. sign like that.
Okay, it says audit contact, and then there's a signature there. That's not your signature?
No,
Okay, let me make sure we're looking at something. It looks kind of like a PNC, but that's not you.
no, I could sign and show you my signature.
Well, we have others, okay.
Okay.
So you did not sign this document?
That doesn't look like my signature, sir.
Okay.
I will recall signing it, but
Do you recall an entity, and they have to name the person here, Cheryl Biaschoff, it's on the first page, Bischoff. Do you recall them coming in and doing an inspection or audit of the plant sometime on March 2nd, 2017?
you know, there was people that came in to see the plant. But I don't remember the names.
Okay. Maybe they were from Michigan, perhaps?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, directing your attention down to 2 on Exhibit 18. So, for the record, we're on page 3 of Exhibit 18, Section 3, which is labeled HACCP. Are you with me?
Page 18?
Right. No, it's Exhibit 18,
Got it?
page 3.
Okay,
And then down in the middle, section number 2.
got it.
Okay. Has the persons responsible for the HACCP program completed a formal HACCP training? Question, answer, there's no current staff that has completed formal HACCP training.
Yep,
And that's a true statement?
yes,
Because you didn't have it?
no,
No one had it?
no.
In retrospect, that probably would have been a good thing to have.
I'm sure,
Would you say they were cheap?
absolutely.
All right. Okay, again, last page. That is not your signature, you're telling me.
That's not look like my signature, sir, but you know what? I can, like I said, I never put a line across the top like that, across the P. That's why. It's like, that just,
Okay.
I don't do that.
Any idea who signed this on your behalf?
I, honestly, if you ask me, I think that somebody looked at my furniture, my signature and probably tried to do it. It's my guess.
Okay.
And that P doesn't even look like a P, that looks like a D to me.
In regards to this document, you have no memory of seeing this document that we have in front of us in 2018.
No, sir.
On the top it says, do employees assigned to conduct the test demonstrate competency performing them? Answer, there are currently no written SOPs or training documents for how to perform various testing. Only required test parameters with frequencies are noted. Okay, did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay, is that a true statement that there were no written standard operating procedures or training documents for how to perform various testing?
Correct.
Okay. Any changes made after this finding that you're aware of? Were you even made aware of this finding?
No,
No, you were not made aware of it.
no. I've never seen this.
Okay. Well, I'm correct, you were not made aware of these findings. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you notice anything unusual about any of the water that you drank?
Well, you couldn't-
Chemicals in it?
You couldn't drink it as soon as it got off the line. It had to sit for a while because you would get sick.
Okay, and when it came off the line, you couldn't drink it because why?
Because there was people that would get upset stomach and have loose stools and would have to go to the bathroom, and they said it's because they drank the water right off the line. You're not supposed to drink it right off the line, you gotta let it sit for at least 24 hours.
Okay, and was there a procedure where you were supposed to let the water sit for 24 hours?
That's what they always said, do not drink it off the line.
Who's they?
Blaine told us that, Brent told us that, they all said don't drink it off. Frank even told me don't ever drink it off the line.
So was your understanding there was something in it that needed to
Sit for a while.
mature,
Yeah.
sit,
Yeah.
process? Do you know what that is?
No,
Do you know what hydrazine is?
no, sir.
And do you know whether or not hydrazine causes liver damage if you ingest it?
I'm sure it does.
Okay. Did you do any testing for the presence of hydrazine in the real water products?
No, sir.
Okay. Same question on concentrate. Did you do any testing of the concentrate?
No.
Okay. We have in here testing by the FDA on real water concentrate, which let me show it to you real quick. 28A.
Go to 28.
28A. There's actually two tests. There's 28A. There's 28 and there's 28A. So you see these are results of FDA testing on real water concentrate samples. Okay, do you see on the first paragraph, one you're reading on, hydrazine was identified? You see that statement?
Yes.
And then directing your attention to the next page, which is A. Down in the middle, you'll see the concentration of hydrazine was determined to be 1.33. See where my finger is? Do you know whether or not 1.33 is a dangerous concentration of hydrazine?
No, sir.
Okay, because you've never heard of hydrazine.
Right.
Okay, assuming for the sake of argument that the FDA did find hydrazine in the real water concentrate, do you have any idea where the hydrazine came from?
No, sir.
Okay. And if someone had informed you that there was hydrazine in the real water product, would you, as quality control director, have investigated that?
I would have asked about it.
Okay. And by the way, before I forget, you said that some people, the employees, drink real water off the line and they get sick.
Yes, like the guys that would work on the line,
Mm-hmm.
they drank it.
They became sick.
Yeah,
Did they even have liver damage that you're aware of?
not that I know of, sir.
Okay. And did real water?
Can I add something into there?
Sure.
What bothered me, and when I became the director of quality control, I told the guys not to ever do that, is that they would give the water to the homeless people, and I said, you can't do that, because then they would get sick.
So
I put a stop to it,
so they're giving water
off the line to the homeless
and the
people.
homeless people become sick.
Well, I don't know, but I just know if they're not supposed to drink it out of the line, they got sick, when they get sick, where are they gonna get help?
What did water that you knew was 1 liter that was going to a warehouse or to a store, did you treat that differently than the 5-gallon water?
No, well, I wasn't there when they did the 5 gallons.
First of all, I assume all the customer alert forms were filed in one big place, right?
I would think so, I never saw them.
Okay, you're the director of quality assurance.
Right.
Who else would be responsible for that?
Well, they would have to go through their supervisor, which was, the salespeople would be with Amy. And then whether Amy would give them to me to take care of them, that was up to her. She was in charge of the salespeople.
So you didn't necessarily see every complaint?
Exactly, because they would go through the salespeople.
And you didn't review the complaints that were filed in the complaint book?
No.
Okay. All right, B, we have a complaint about, quote, this is dated October 21st, 2013, an oily red substance inside the bottle. You see that one?
You're on which page?
I'm on B,
Okay, sorry.
first full paragraph there, oily red substance.
Here, I am on B, I don't see
Okay,
that.
right here,
Oh, I see it, sorry.
okay? So there were complaints you were aware that they found oily substances in the bottles?
That was before my time.
Okay, this was in the book that you could have reviewed if you wanted to.
I didn't see this.
I didn't ask you saw it. You could have seen
Okay.
it if you wanted to. Anybody could have. All right, well, let's, there's plenty. We don't have to get stuck in one. Okay. Okay, C, April 2nd, 2013. Free-form resin or oil from the manufacturing process. And there's complaints about that. Were you aware that there were complaints that there was some kind of oil in the bottles from the manufacturing process?
No, sir.
At any time?
No, sir.
All right. D, we have a May 6, 2014 complaint about, quote, a strong chemical smell in the bottle with a TDS reading of 26, unquote. Are you aware of this complaint?
No, sir.
So this is the first time you've heard that there was a strong chemical smell associated with real water?
Yes, sir.
All right. E, this is February 21st, 2014. Customer said she found a gasoline-like substance. Okay, can I read that right?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't aware of this complaint either?
No, sir.
All right. 1, December 1st, 2016. This was the time period that you were the Director of Quality Control, right?
What are you on? Okay.
December 1st, 2016, you were Director of Quality Control?
Yes.
My pets and I have been getting diarrhea from your water. It never happened with the smaller bottles. It is giving me a burning, sour feeling in my gut, and it said diarrhea. Okay, is this a complaint you got?
Yes.
All right. And did you investigate this complaint?
I took it to Blaine and he just said to offer them free water.
Okay, so when you received written complaints about your water causing someone an illness such as diarrhea, the solution was to send them free water?
Correct.
Okay, the solution was not to investigate as to whether there's a potential problem with the water?
Correct.
Okay, and in retrospect, do you think that was a good quality control procedure?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Jay. Jay, we have a December 1st, 2016 complaint. Another upset stomach and gut complaint and diarrhea. And also dog problem, okay? Do you have any recollection of this complaint?
No, sir.
Do you know how this was resolved?
No, sir.
Okay, but there was no investigation done as to what was the potential cause of this?
Correct.
Okay. All right, M is February 6, 2016. Water smelled foul and tasted like chemicals. Okay? The time that this complaint came in, you were the Director of Quality Control, right?
Yes.
So what was done to investigate this complaint?
I didn't get this.
You did not get this?
No, I don't remember seeing this.
Okay. All right. Flipping to the next page, where I see a number of emails with your name on them about this complaint.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that you did get this?
Yeah.
And the solution was to offer Mr. Gilman more real water.
Correct.
So rather than investigate the potential problem, you offered him more real water.
Correct. That's what I was told to do.
I'm not suggesting it wasn't. So Mr. Jones told you to do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. All right. And this is March 17, 2017 from someone named Susan Doran.
Okay.
And she complains, it's on the next page, quote, my family, my pets, and my 87-year-old visiting parents and I have been getting diarrhea from their water. We were all fine until today when we switched from the regular brand to yours. She stopped buying in December after getting sick. She wrote she didn't get a response. This is dated March 3rd, 2017. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And again, that's the time period you were the Director of Quality Control?
Sure.
Okay. How was this one resolved?
This is the same one here. I left her a message. I called and left a message. Again, sent an email, and I talked to her.
Let me ask it differently. Was there any investigation done on the manufacturing process
No,
as a result of this complaint?
No, sir.
Was there any investigation done on the manufacturing process at any time as a result of any kind of?
Absolutely not.
Okay. We have a thing dated March 6, 2017 under A. Oh, Costco Business Center on MLK. Okay. Quote, water had a bitter aftertaste for the case you purchased. Okay. Can you recall this complaint?
Yeah, that's my handwriting, sir.
Where's your handwriting?
But there says we'll come in for 2 cases of water.
Okay, so again, the solution here was to give out more free water.
Correct.
Okay. No investigation done in the manufacturing process?
No, sir.
All right, on August 1st, 2017, quote, fishy smell and taste burned her throat. Okay? And were you still there at this? I think you were, right? You were still there August 1st, 2017?
This is about the time I
Okay.
left.
Do you call this complaint?
No, sir.
There were a lot of questions about the processes and standard operating procedures. Now, to be clear, you were there from 2015 to 2017, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, yes, ma'am, sorry, at the Desert Inn facility.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
It's okay. I've been called worse. So you're only able to testify as to what happened in 2015, 2016, and 2017 at Desert Inn.
Correct.
Okay. So in terms of what testing was done or what procedures were, all you know is when you were there, 2015 to 2017.
Yes.
Okay. So were you familiar with any of the standard operating procedures that were in place at the time?
Just what they told me, just what they showed me, and just what Blaine trained me to do.
Okay, then we'll talk about that. So what did they show you when you first got there? You said you only know what they showed you and what they, okay. But in terms of the standard operating procedures, I'll show you just in your binder right there, if you turn to tab 12, for example.
Got it?
There's a procedure called incoming water testing and treatment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this states that it was issued on October 29th, 2014. Do you see that?
Yes.
So was this a standard operating procedure that was in place when you arrived at Real Water in 2015?
Yes, because obviously it started on the 14th, so.
Now, you said that you had some training when you became the Director of Quality Control. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you describe that training?
Well, it was basically, they say you gotta read this book and follow that, and then how to do the testing, where I needed to be at, how often to do it, and to just make sure that they were more concerned about getting more trucks out per week to have production than they were about the testing. So, like at every Monday meeting, their concern was not about the testing, I can guarantee you that, or what the levels were. It was how many trucks did Shane and I get out.
You started to answer by saying one of the things you did for training was read, you said the book. What book are you talking about?
They would have they have these books that they had all of these sheets.
So you're pointing to standard operating.
Correct.
So they were all together in one book.
Oh no, they had like about 3 or 4 different books.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a lot.
And those were provided to you?
Yes.
Okay.
And Blaine would update those.
To your knowledge, while you were there, was the testing on the incoming water and the outgoing water actually done at the beginning and end of every shift?
I would do it at the beginning in the morning, and then when the second shift manager would come in, then they would do it, and then before they would leave, they were supposed to do it.
If there were any deviations from what the water was supposed to read at, whether it be pH, ORP, TDS, how were those addressed?
They would actually, at the end of their shift, take one of the bottles off the line, and they would write on the bottle itself where the levels were. That's how the shift managers would do it.
So there was a retained sample?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was every shift?
Yes.
Okay. And were those retained indefinitely?
I don't know how long they kept those in the warehouse.
Other than reading the book, what else did you do as part of your training?
I did a lot of what we needed to be as far as the cleaning room, how the products they use for cleaning, which is the ZAP products, how all the labels have to be on there, how the you know, a lot of the safety precautions so nobody would get hurt. That was a big thing.
That brings up something else. You stated, you recall looking through some of the customer complaints, and there were some that predated you that mentioned it seemed like there was dirt in the water.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that your impression was that that came from the bottle, the blow molder itself.
Correct.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because they always had problems with that machine, always. And they always had things, and there was times where one of the managers would pick up the bottle and say, look, there's stuff in here. So I said, just throw that out.
Okay, what kinds of problems?
Like, what do you mean, what kind of problems?
You said they always had
like,
problems with the machine.
Yeah, the bottle, it would either not make the bottle right, or it was disjointed, you know, the cap part of it wasn't doing right, so they were just having problems with the mold.
Okay. Specific to the couple of complaints about dirt, do you know how they determined
that it got in there?
That the dirt that was being reported was from the machine? Do you know how they determined that?
I did.
Okay, how did you determine that? What did you do to come to that conclusion?
Just because where they would make the bottles, it was not a clean area. There was just dirty, and there was papers everywhere all the time. It just wasn't a clean area.
Okay, so that was the basis for concluding that if there's dirt, that's likely where it came from. It came from the machine?
I think so.
Okay. Did you do any type of testing or anything?
Okay. They had guys that would work on the machines. I had nothing to do with that.
Okay. What kind of documents were created during the production process? Were there logs, for example?
What I came up with, because of the problems we were having with the bottles, is that whoever was making the bottles, so I knew to detect a problem when we were having it, was in each bag, they all would go into a huge bag. I created to where you put a label and you date it and mark it that you were the operator that made those bottles.
Okay, so, sorry, back up. You say you put the bottles into a bag, you mean unfilled bottles?
Correct.
Okay, and so there was an individual who was operating the blow mold?
Correct.
Okay, and he or she, after molding the bottles, would put them in a bag?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a cart that was with a liner bag, and then once that was filled, they'd close it up, and I told them from there forward, label it so that we can detect where we're having the problem, who's making the bottles and not paying attention.
Okay. And when you say not paying attention, what do you think was happening?
The machine would be running, and they'd go out in the back and smoke and do whatever they want, and the machine would just be there and keeping an eye on it.
Okay. And what would happen as a result?
They would jam up, and then you gotta watch those kind of machines, because you don't know, one's gonna jam up and that plastic will go into another bottle, and it just breaks down, then we lose production time.
When you said you got customer complaints occasionally, they would come across your desk.
Yeah.
I noticed they were from various places in the country, all over. I saw one from Florida, I saw one from Oregon. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so your understanding at the time was that real water was shipped all over the country?
Yes. I actually think that they were actually, Amazon was actually, is how they were getting it, was through Amazon.
So was that being shipped directly to people?
Because we had some cases that would go to them.
I understand, okay. Were there any, in terms of the production staff, the people actually making the bottles and making the water, were there any written training materials that you know of?
No. I would have to. explain it to them, because a lot of them didn't speak English.
So one of your jobs was essentially explaining the production process to
Well,
some of the people.
I speak fluent Spanish.
Your Honor, that's the end of the video.
All right. Perfect timing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you think it's time for lunch? I see a couple of nods. All right, remember, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media. Remember the prohibition. And last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And let's be ready to go, say 1:25. I'll give this hour and 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
All right, anything outside the presence?
Nothing for plaintiffs, Your Honor.
No, you're not.
Is our next witness going to be by video too?
We're gonna come back to do Marlowe right after lunch, and then we'll move on to one claim, sure.
Marlowe's by video, short video.
I got you. All right. Let's go ahead and break.
The jury that was concerned he needed to leave early.
Yes.
He said if we go to 5, it's fine.
Okay. Well, he says if we go to 5, it's fine. What do you need?
I think we might end at 4:45 anyway, Your Honor. So
Okay.
we'll see how we go.
Mr. Parker?
We're going to the same place. Will's my date.
Hey, you guys look dressed fine. I mean,
Nah, the invitation said black tie, so I gotta find a way to get it down court, change in the car or something.
I don't really care, Your Honor, I'm going like this.
I understand, Mr. Kemp, and I respect that. I do. And Mr. Parker, you look fine too.
I appreciate that. I don't know if they'll let me in with the gray suit.
Next week, I believe, Mr. Carter has some type of outpatient type procedure, on like Wednesday or something like that. Figured we'd at least address that logistically at some point.
Oh, absolutely.
If we were planning on being down, but we thought maybe we could get a little more information from him. Maybe,
Yeah, if we could get
maybe it's a
information.
half-day thing, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. If we get that information whenever, if not today, Monday, I just don't want to forget.
We could do that, and just remind me to inquire. That's all. To find out. All right. What can you do? Is there anything else we need to address?
Nothing on plaintiff, Your Honor.
Nothing from the water now.
All right.
Ready for the jury?
We are, ma'am. Thank you. You've been doing pretty good. Not too many sensitive delays.
That's it. Really? All right.
You never had a woman do that to you?
Yep.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
And thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
All right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And you can see we're moving along, right? We are making progress. Anyway, it's my understanding the plaintiff will be calling their next witness. Is that correct, Mr. Kent?
Yes, Your Honor. We would call John Marlowe, the inventor of real water.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated, state and spell your first and last name for the record.
You can pull it up there.
John Marlowe,
Have these spelled.
M-A-R-L-O-W.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marlowe.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Marlowe, where did you go to college?
Montana State University, Portland, Montana.
And what did you get your degree in?
General Studies.
You study architecture?
I majored in architecture, but it's 5 years.
So you wanted to be an architect, but you didn't get the architecture degree.
My fifth-year thesis was rejected, so I graduated in General Studies.
Did you take chemistry in college?
I was high school or college. I believe it was college, yes.
What happened?
Flunked it.
You take it again?
No,
You don't consider yourself a chemist, I take it?
no, I'm not.
And you've never taken a formal chemistry class at any time?
No,
Would you agree that you're not qualified to analyze the chemical process in making bottled water? You're not qualified to do that?
well, I followed the basic guidelines as I understood them.
Okay, but we're going to get into the guidelines.
Okay,
Just in terms of analyzing what's going on, you're not qualified to do that?
no, I'm not expert in that, no.
Okay. You're not an expert on water processing, for example?
Other than self-taught, no.
And you haven't had any courses you're self-taught, right?
Yes,
Now, at one point you were affiliated with Real Water,
yes,
and prior to working with Real Water or the invention that ultimately became Real Water, had you had any experience with any other water company?
no,
Same question, you had no other experience with any other alkaline water company, is that correct?
no.
When did you come to Vegas? Roughly?
About 36 or 7 years ago.
Okay, so that would be, just my 78, or 78, 88, what?
I'm guessing. I have a real hard time with dates anymore, but
It's okay.
it's close.
And what you do with it?
I was manufacturing portable buildings.
Okay, nothing to do with water.
No.
Okay. Now, can you tell me, if you want to look at them closer, can you tell me what these are?
Those are water devices that were developed in Russia.
Okay. And you bought these at some point in time? Right?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury how it came to be that you bought these?
Well, I was introduced to a young couple that were from Russia. Their uncle, her uncle, had developed this, and I became fascinated with the whole process.
Okay, what was his name, if you remember?
Vadim and Svetlana were their first names. I don't remember their last name.
That was the couple, but the person who sold you the tubes, his name?
The car. Oh boy, I can't think of his last name right off.
Okay, it's okay. So how many of these tubes did you ultimately buy from him?
Probably 8 or 10, something in that range.
And did he tell you what they were for?
Oh yeah.
And what did he tell you? What did he tell you?
Well, it makes water alkaline or acidic, depending on which stream you're coming in and out of.
Okay. Did he give you instructions on how to use them?
Yes.
Was that oral or in writing?
Boy, I don't remember, but I would probably mostly oral.
Okay.
Had several meetings.
If you need to look at these, just let me know, okay?
No, I'm familiar with.
Okay. So can you just tell the jury how these things were supposed to work?
You have you have 2 streams of water go in and 2 streams of water come out.
Okay, there's 2 ports here, so
Yes.
one stream went in one stream went in the other?
Yes.
And one stream came out, one stream came out.
And basically what happens is it splits the water in half. And by that I mean you have high concentration of hydrogen coming out of one side and high concentration of oxygen coming out of the other side.
Okay. And so have you ever cut these open or opened them?
I had one open.
Okay.
I dropped it and broke the diaphragm inside.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what's on the inside that we can't see because of the titanium?
There's a ceramic separator in the center of those tubes.
Okay.
So when the streams of water are going through electrolytically, it holds the water apart.
Okay, and that's so one gets the negative and one gets the positive, correct?
Yes.
And the negative would be alkaline,
Yes.
and the positive would be acidic?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and the idea is to get rid of the acidic and make the water more alkaline?
Well, that was my intent with real water.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. You remember how many started? Now, at some point in time, after you bought the tubes, did you start doing experiments?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you did in terms of experiments?
I just play around with different concentrations of salts, as they're called, and variation of the amperage and voltage on the voltmeter.
Okay, well, Shane, can I have that voltmeter up so I can commission and know what we're talking about? Can you see there? Nothing's up there.
No, okay.
Okay, yeah, that's what you mean by that voltmeter?
Yes, yes. There's
Go ahead.
one dial is amperage and the other is voltage.
Okay, so the amperage looks like it's the one on the left, correct? It says amps right there, you see that?
My eyes. Oh, yeah, the left is amps.
And the right's volts.
Yes.
So you started playing around different amps, different volts.
Yes.
Okay.
I was guided by the Russians for the most part, but I did. You asked me what I was played around with, and yeah, I varied it
The
at
people that
times.
sold you the tubes gave you some kind of general idea.
Right.
Okay. And when you were, as you say, playing around or experimenting, did you actually produce product that was consumable?
In the latter stages, I was drinking it myself, yeah.
Okay. And so Why were you drinking it yourself?
Well, my whole intent was to have a healthy water.
Okay. And so, when you were drinking it yourself, you were trying to see how you reacted to it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any adverse reactions at any time?
I got a gut ache when I went up to too high alkalinity, a higher degree of alkalinity.
Okay. And when you say higher degree of alkalinity, was there ultimately some alkalinity level you hit that you liked?
I'm trying to remember, but I'd say I was probably up in the 11, 12 range at that point, which is way too high for what should have been.
And so alkalinity goes from 0 to 12. 0 is the...
Well, the acid alkalinity goes from 0 to 12, yes.
Okay. So when you were through the experiment, you got up to 11 or 12 sometimes?
I assume so, yeah.
And then you backed down?
Yes.
Okay. Remember how you backed it down? More juice, less?
Well, yeah, there were, depending on the amount of salt, depending on the amperage and voltage, there were variables involved, yes.
Okay. And when did you actually do this? 10 years ago?
I'm guessing about 16 years ago was probably in the range.
If it's 2024, that would take us back to about 2008?
I think that's about right, yeah.
Great. Do you remember if it was before or after President Obama was elected, perhaps, using that as a one-time reference?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
All right. So at some point, you got something that you thought tasted okay and you liked, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you do any tests on any other people or any?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me what you did?
My 2 or 3 good friends, my wife, and my dogs. I had 3 dogs at the time.
So you fed it to all?
And everybody was having a positive taste and hydration and all that, yes.
And how long did you feed it to them? Days, weeks, months?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did you do any formal testing of it? In other words, did you have a laboratory analyze what you were making or anything like that?
Other than what was required by the health department and that type of thing, I don't recall doing anything, no.
Okay, and would I be right that the health department should be, if it's only things bacteria, heavy metals like arsenic?
I didn't get real familiar with that most of,
Okay.
I used a private lab at the time.
Okay, so but when you developed it, you did it in your house?
Yeah, I guess it was probably in the garage, maybe, I don't know.
So when you were doing all these experiments, moving the voltage up and down and the amperage?
Yeah, mostly at the home, in my home, yeah.
All right. But ultimately, you came to something that you thought was a good product, right?
Yes.
Good. Now, you familiar with the process of animal testing, where you feed products to animals and see what happens? Generally familiar with that?
No, I did with my dog.
This product, all right?
Did you do it? My dogs drank the water.
Okay. Other than the dogs, did you do testing?
No.
Okay. And have you ever heard of a testing machine called a GCMS, gas chromatograph mass spectrometry?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay. Did you do any testing on that?
I'm not familiar with that, so I don't know if the lab did or not.
So you've heard of it, but you didn't do anything?
No, I didn't.
And do you know of any testing that was done, screening testing, non-tolerant testing, any testing by anyone, other than what we talked about, the bacteria and the metals?
Not that I recall, no.
And you're aware that at one point the hydrazine was found by the FDA to be in your water?
I'm aware, yes.
Okay. And prior to that time, did you even know what hydrazine was?
No.
Okay. Did you do at any time any non-targeted testing to find something like hydrazine?
No.
Okay. And with regards to your water, do you know whether they did that?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you expect, well, we'll start that.
at some point in time, you came to some sort of arrangement with Real Water where you gave them your technology.
Yes.
Okay. Can you remember when that was?
I'd say 13 years ago, I'm guessing, but I think that's pretty good.
And as part of the process, you actually made the concentrate for them?
Originally, yes.
Okay. How long did you make the concentrate?
Probably 4 or 5 months, or maybe longer, right in there.
And Shane, can I have the slide, please? We don't need to go through this because we've already gone through it a couple times. But basically, you would electrolyze, purify the water, and you run it through the tubes, and then you take 300 gallons and make it 150, then you do it again and make 150 to 75. That's how it's done.
Basically, yes.
And when you put the water through the tubes and you hooked up that charge we saw a minute ago, that was done for somewhere between 8 and 10 hours each time?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Great. So it was a constant charge at whatever you threw?
Yes.
So for 8 or 10 hours each time, the water was getting electrified or juiced?
Yes.
Did you give any consideration to the possibility that by electrifying the water, there would be some sort of chemical reaction?
Yes, there was.
And so you thought there was a chemical reaction?
Yes, that's what happens, yeah.
Okay. And the chemical reaction you're talking about is making the water more negative?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think maybe there was a possibility that something else could be happening with the water?
No.
And you would agree that before someone sells the water to the public, they should know exactly what's in it, right?
Would you say that again?
Before a bottled water manufacturer sells their water product to the public, they should know exactly what's in it, right?
Yes.
And since you didn't know about the hydrogen, you didn't know exactly what was in the concentrate?
No, I guess not, no.
Okay. Okay, and with regards to the concentrate, the 150 gallons that you, or 75 gallons, I guess, you made, that was ultimately subdivided into this 5-gallon concentrate?
I don't know how, that was done at the Real Water. Exactly what they did, I wouldn't want to conjecture on because I didn't follow that.
You just made it in the concentrate room. Did you actually go there and make it?
No.
Where did you make that? You said 5 months.
When I originally supplied them prior to our agreement, I made it myself.
Okay.
And I made it in 3-gallon jugs at the time, and I was renting a small, what I'd call a shopper office.
Okay.
And I had the water hooked up and yeah.
And ultimately, they had a concentrator of their own, right?
Yes.
Did you make concentrated?
I didn't get involved with them in that operation as far as how they broke all that down, no.
Did you teach Blaine Jones how to make the concentrate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know where he made it at?
Yes.
Where did he make it at?
At the Real Water plant.
Do you know if there was a concentrate room, a separate dedicated concentrate?
Yes.
You actually been there?
Yes, I've been there.
Okay. And the formula was a big secret, right?
Yes.
And the concentrate room was restricted to you, Mr. Jones, maybe his father, anybody else?
Yes. Well, to my knowledge, that was it, yes.
Okay. And we talked about the FDA finding hydrogen in the water.
Yes.
That's something Real Water should have known about one way or the other before they sold the product. Do you agree?
Well, knowing what we know now, yes.
So I'm not saying you made a mistake, but someone made a mistake somewhere down the line here.
Something went wrong, obviously, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Marlowe, good afternoon, Joel Liddy for Real Water. You doing okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
How old are you, Mr. Marlowe?
I'm 83.
So, when you first invented Real Water, it was about, what, 16 years ago?
That's my best guess, yes.
Okay, and you were about 67 at the time you invented it?
If that's the math, yes.
I checked with my iPhone issue.
Okay, yes.
The Chinese don't do math. Why did you become fascinated with alkaline water? What was it about alkaline water that interested you?
Yes, when I met this couple, we went over, they were living in an apartment, two Russians, the man and wife, and my wife and I went over to their apartment, and they had this setup, and they showed it and explained it, and I just thought it was fascinating.
Was there something about alkaline water that you liked?
Well, after I started researching water, self-taught again, alkaline water is, depending on what expertise you are involved with, is very healthy, and that was my experience.
Is that why you wanted to make it?
Yes, absolutely.
And you later met Brent Jones from Real Water.
Yes, I knew him prior to that.
And you talked to Brent Jones about this product, right?
Yes.
And did Real Water start in roughly 2008? Does that sound about right to you?
Is that 12, 13 years ago with your math?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Close enough.
Okay.
Your best recollection is fine, sir. We appreciate your time today. When Real Water started production, do you recall them bringing in a consultant to talk about FDA compliance?
No, I wasn't involved with any of that I recall.
Okay, so when the company was set up, Real Water did that?
I assume so, yes.
Okay, so you weren't involved in the setup of the company?
I was involved in the setup of the devices and that sort of thing, but not the company, no.
Your involvement was in the making of the concentrate, is that
right?
Correct?
Yes.
And at the time that Real Water started in their business, you had a shop and you were making the concentrate?
Right.
And then at some point, you turned over the making of the concentrate to Blaine Jones, is that right?
Yes.
And then Blaine Jones would make the concentrate at the Real Water Desert Inn facility?
Yes.
And you would go over and supervise him making it?
Well, originally, I was there, I wasn't there hardly at all they were in operation 11, 12 years.
Right.
And I wasn't there very often, maybe once a month if that.
In the beginning, though, you were there to help show Blaine how to make the concentrate, is that right?
Yes, I was.
Did you have any participation? Real Water would send the water out to laboratories for testing. Did you have any participation in that?
No, I did not with that.
The times that you would get inquiries or questions from Blaine would be how to make the concentrate, is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And were there times that he would talk to you about making the concentrate? Just general questions?
Yes, I guess so, yes.
So you were available if he called you?
Yes.
With a question, you were available to him?
Yes.
And over the years, as the business progressed, it sounds like you're getting those questions sort of tapered off, is that fair?
Yeah, I had very little involvement with them for the latter few years.
And the very first time that you heard that somebody had been injured from Real Water was part of the litigation, is that fair?
Say that again.
Yeah, the very first time you heard somebody said they got sick.
Yes.
It was after the lawsuit, isn't that fair? You don't understand my question?
No, not fully, no.
Okay. The first time you heard of hydrazine, was that part of the lawsuit?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. That was the very first time you ever heard of it, is that fair?
Yes, okay.
And you agree with that?
I guess yes.
Okay.
sir.
We call Mrs. Agley at this point.
Okay, thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, this will be the next witness.
And as she's walking up, we have some exhibits to introduce our stipulation. And
Would you
the
like
copy.
to say that? Perfect, thank you.
Remain standing, raise your right hand and please support.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You do. May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Sandra Abley, Sandraaabele.
Thank you.
And approach to give you the new set of 385.
Yes, you may.
And also to admit by stipulation, we have exhibit 393. No worries.
393, you said?
Correct. 384. 413. 396. And then the set I just handed you is new 385.
Thank you.
And we move to have those admitted, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Shall be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Sandy. Is this your first time testifying in court? So how about you tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
So, I go by Sandy, and I've lived in Las Vegas since 1999. I was born in San Francisco. My parents divorced, remarried, and I moved to Lake Tahoe. I finished high school in Lake Tahoe, went to college at UNR, and I studied interior design. And I am an interior designer here in Las Vegas. My husband and I moved here in '99, and we have 2 boys that are 18 and 19.
And you said you were married. Who's your husband?
So my husband's here in the courtroom, Brian. We just had our 25th wedding anniversary last month.
And you mentioned 2 boys. What are their names?
Colby is 19. He's studying college at Chapman University in Southern California. And I have another son, Trevor, who is 18, and he is a senior at Faith Lutheran High School.
And Trevor's the reason why we're here today?
Trevor's the reason we're here.
And, I know you're a busy mom, but what are some of the things that you like to do in your free time?
So I'm all about the kids. I love more than anything being a mom, but I also love traveling. I love going places. It tends to be a lot of traveling for the kids. They both play ice hockey, so I would travel almost every weekend with the boys when they're younger. Also love cooking and eating out and trying new things, new restaurants.
And kind of transitioning to the reason why we're here today, what got you interested in real water?
So really a healthy lifestyle. I wanted, I like the idea of the alkaline water, and, we all drink a lot of water, and I liked the idea of having something that was good for you and healthy for you.
And at some point, did you start getting the bottles delivered to your home?
Yes. So in 2014, I happened to be at a client's house, and I had purchased real water before by the bottles, but my client actually had it delivered in the 5-gallon bottles, and I thought, wow, you can have it delivered. That would probably save a lot. So I signed up for the 5-gallon bottle delivery, and also would purchase the liter bottles.
And so going back in time to March of 2016, how old was Trevor about in that time?
So Trevor was in 3rd grade, and he was 9.
And take me back to March of 2016. When did you notice that there was something off with Trevor?
So on Saturday night, I asked Brian to come into Trevor's room, and I was tucking him in bed, and I said, does he look yellow? My husband said, no, I don't see him looking yellow. The next morning, and the lights were dim, he was getting ready for bed. The next morning, about 6 in the morning, I heard Trevor screaming from his bed, "Mommy, Mommy," when running to him, and he was yellow. He was neon yellow, like a highlighter. And I screamed for my husband, and we immediately called the pediatrician.
And do you recall Trevor's reaction to being yellow?
So we were really scared that he was so yellow. Obviously, something is not right when you're turning yellow. And we were kind of going back and forth, wondering what was causing him to be so jaundiced and why he was so yellow. And Trevor grabbed me by the arm and said, "Mommy, it's okay. I don't mind being yellow. Yellow's my favorite color."
And Shane, if we can pull up Exhibit 393. And it's a little hard to see, I think, on these screens, but is that kind of Trevor's legs in those photos?
It is. This was about a week in to the injury, and he would scratch and scream and cry, and he would scratch his hands and feet and his body till he would bleed.
And Shane, if we can go to 389. Are those kind of the yellow eyes and the yellow that you were talking about?
Yes, this was the neon yellow.
And so
I
after,
don't have 389 as admitted.
I'm sorry, 389, we have a stipulation on?
We do.
Can you move to a minute?
Shall be admitted.
Thank you. After you noticed he was jaundiced, what did you do?
Well, we called the pediatrician. It was about 6:15 in the morning on a Sunday. And he said, "Meet me at my office in 15 minutes. You better pack a bag. I'm probably admitting you to the hospital." So in the scramble, we quickly got dressed. It's a Sunday morning, threw what we could together and raced to our pediatrician's office. And he checked him and said, "I'm admitting you," and walked us right over to Summerlin Hospital.
And what happened at Summerlin Hospital?
So at Summerlin Hospital, they immediately put us in through the ER to check us in and admit us. They have a pediatric department, and they started running tests, and they immediately moved us to an isolation ICU room. And they kept poking him and poking him and poking him and running vials upon vials of blood tests on him. He was really, we were all scared. He was very scared, crying, not knowing why they were poking him so much with needles. And they kept running more tests, and basically we stayed there the entire day and night, and then they released us and told us that there was really nothing else that they could do for him, that he was having liver failure and organ failure, and that his spleen was enlarged, and he was having issues with his gallbladder, his kidney, everything was failing, and that we needed to have a team of doctors, and that we would be following up the next day with them.
And if we look to 379, Shane, page 201.
I don't have this one as admitted.
It's the part of the new 385.
Okay.
And at the very top, it has the INR. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Do you see that his INR level was 1.3?
Yes.
And flipping over, I think, to 379-201, which is part of the new Exhibit 385. Page 202. Perfect. And there it has his AST and his ALT levels. Do you see that his AST levels are 1,866, and then his ALT levels were 2,621?
Yes. Before this happened, I didn't even know what an ALT or AST number was, and now I feel like I'm an expert in blood work after what we've gone through with Trevor with this. So I never cared so much about anything as I did seeing those numbers coming down. When you have a 9-year-old child that you are so helpless and you can't help, I can't even tell you how hard that was as a mother, to sit by your child in so much pain and being so scared. So we were sent home because it was too dangerous for him in the hospital with his spleen, that he was at too high of a risk to get an infection and get sicker. So we were sent home, and he was put on bed rest for over 3 months, that he could not move. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't go to school. He couldn't play sports. He couldn't be around anybody. I put my entire life to the side and did not leave my child. He violently threw up, constantly nonstop for weeks. We had to go multiple times a week, every few days, to do blood work. And because his spleen was so enlarged, I ran the risk every time he threw up that his spleen could burst and he could bleed out in minutes. So they told me it was more dangerous at the hospital than it was at home. But I was so scared every time he threw up that I was in a complete panic. I had to hold it in because I was scared his spleen was going to burst and rupture and he was going to bleed out in minutes and I wouldn't have time to go to the hospital. I cannot tell you how scary as a parent this is, that you're helpless. There's nothing that you can do for your child. We don't even know what's wrong. We have no idea how to help him. My husband and I were just at a loss. He slept on the floor in his room at night, so he was never left alone. I didn't leave his side all day. And to try to keep a 9-year-old still, he's an active boy. We play video games. He had never played video games before that, but now he is a master at video games. There was no other way to keep him still. We were told unless he's going to the bathroom or to the doctor, he's not to move.
And so you mentioned that he was on bed rest for several months afterwards.
Yes.
And Shane, if we can pull up 413. Is this a picture of Trevor?
That's my 2 boys. So we converted our family room into the Trevor, basically, nest. So my other son wouldn't leave his side other than to go to school. And it was hard on the whole family. It was really hard. He was in so much pain that he would just scream day and night. The itching from the liver, I guess it causes skin rashes, and that's what he got. So he had a rash that moved all over his body, and he would scratch, especially his hands and feet, from pain. So we would have to sit on him and hold him down and keep him from going till they were itched, till they were raw and bleeding. So we would literally have to sit on him and hold his hands down with him screaming. If he got up to go to the bathroom, it was so painful that he was crying in pain, screaming out for either my husband or I, "Mommy, Daddy, help, help," and we would run to him, and his urine was the color of amber, like dark, dark amber. If he had a bowel movement, it was like white Play-Doh. It wasn't, he couldn't keep any food down. He was only having Pediasure shakes and water. We couldn't keep anything else down. But yes, that was our makeshift room for Trevor, so he didn't have to move for months.
And in the days after the hospital, was he still drinking real water?
He was. And I thought that it would help him because I thought with all the vomiting and throwing up, I didn't want him to get dehydrated. So here as a mom, I'm giving it to him, and I had no idea. It's water.
And I think you mentioned that you continued to see doctors frequently after that first day. How often were you going and following up with the doctors?
Every 2 days at most. And I had to go to Quest, which was about a mile from my house. And we could not even drive from our house to Quest. So I would have to stop 2 or 3 times on the side of the road, and he would be violently vomiting. And I'm scared that he's gonna have his spleen burst on the side of the road, or that we're gonna get hit from behind. We couldn't even go to Quest Lab to do blood work. And then as soon as we had the blood work, the next day we'd have to drive across town. We had a team of doctors, so we had infectious disease doctors, we had a pediatric GI doctor, and we had a pediatric blood doctor, hematologist. But we were seeing at that time the pediatric GI doctor every 2 days.
And Shane, if you could pull up 381, page 110, which is part of the new 385. Is your understanding that even these few days after the hospital, his AST and ALT numbers were still elevated?
They stayed elevated for a while.
And if we look here, the AST levels, so I believe this is 322, 2016 at the very top, it says that. And do you see here it says his AST levels were 2,660 and his ALT levels were 2,420.
And now remember, he's still in 3rd grade. He's still a child, a little child. These numbers were so astronomical to me. My husband and I were so scared. He would come home from work and I would run up to my closet and cry because I didn't want Trevor to see me cry. And we were so scared. We didn't even know what was wrong with him. We didn't know what these numbers meant. We didn't know how to even process all of this. And why weren't they coming down? Why was it taking so long? What were we dealing with? We had no idea how to help our child. I can tell you that this was one of the darkest times, if not the darkest time in our life. I've never been more scared. My husband would be researching, you know, and we couldn't figure out with the liver, it's such a serious, serious thing. When we would talk to the pediatric GI doctor, every test he was running was life or death. There was no good scenario here. And then he started talking to us about the liver transplant. And they could not medevac him out of the state because of the spleen. That they were too scared to move him. They were talking about sending him to UCLA because the numbers weren't coming down. And the doctor said that he could not be transferred at that time, that it was too risky.
And at some point throughout this process, did Trevor stop drinking groundwater?
He did. So we, on a Friday, met with the pediatric GI doctor, and I remember this very vividly. And he said, I'm gonna send you next week on Monday. I think we're gonna finally send you out to UCLA. He's not getting better. And you're gonna start the review for a liver transplant. And my husband wanted to give him his liver. There's no way to do that, but he was ready to. He said, you know what? I'm gonna send you on Monday, but I'm gonna wait one more day. I wanna test him one more time on Monday, and I'll send you on Tuesday out there. So get everything, you know, in order, wrap up your affairs, what you need to do before we send you. And we just prayed and prayed so hard, had Trevor on every prayer list that we could put him on. And I did a great reset. I went through my entire house. We had no idea what was causing it. I threw out pots and pans, cleaning products. I threw out food, cleaned out my pantry, my fridge, everything. We had no idea what it was. And I changed his water. And I bought water that was in a glass bottle. And over the weekend, his numbers started coming down when he was retested on Monday. And we kind of regrouped and had a new plan.
And how long did you go to these continuing doctor's appointments and until his liver test started to normalize?
So he was on bed rest for a little over 3 months. And when he started getting better, we started getting hope. But we really didn't know if he was gonna survive. We didn't know if he was gonna live or die. So as he slowly got better, it was probably the rest of the year. He started going back to school in the fall. This was in the spring. And he couldn't go all day. He went for part of the day. The teachers and the staff came up with a pass so that he could leave anytime. They left it up to him what he could get through for the day. But he got so far behind in school. He also plays hockey, and he's always played at a very high level. And he dropped so much weight the first week that he was sick, and he didn't have weight to lose. So it was all muscle. So he had to work very hard to try to get that back. And when you don't feel good and you're vomiting and your body is giving out on you, it's very hard to even have the strength to do that. So it was the rest of the year before he really was even up for doing a full day of school.
And Shane, if we could pull up 381, page 89, which is part of New 385. So this, at the very top here, we can see that it was November of 2016. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we scroll down partly through the page, it has his AST and his ALT numbers. Now, we finally see a little bit of decrease there. Is that what we're talking about here?
Yes, that was, they're still not normal range, but I remember we celebrated. He loved lobster, and we went to Red Lobster to celebrate. And that was the first time he had really been out to eat in a long time, and that was a big celebration for us.
And obviously it's been a couple years since then, but take me back to the first time it was like Trevor getting sick after this experience.
So I am always mama bear and very protective mom to begin with. But this caused me to be completely neurotic. If Trevor even gets a sniffle or anything, I am on it. I was so scared every time he gets a cold, every time Trevor gets sick, every time anything for this child. It's completely changed me as a mom. It's completely changed the way I react to him. I don't know if that's good or bad, but he probably thinks it's bad. But I'm not okay with every time he gets sick. The doctors warned us that he was probably going to need other care down the road, that he possibly would need blood infusions, blood transfusions, to keep him healthy, so.
And so I know we've been talking about how this all started in 2016. When did you put the pieces together and realize that it was real water?
I happened to be sitting watching the news, and they went through the breaking news story, I guess, and my jaw dropped. Like, that's Trevor. That's every single symptom that Trevor had and every single thing that we went through. And I had real water delivered to the house, and I got real water by the bottles.
And so it was about 5-6 years of not knowing until that day.
Yes.
And I know this isn't easy to talk about. How's Trevor doing today?
Trevor's doing okay. He is really a fighter, and he has had to work twice as hard as everybody else to get where he's at. And I could not be more proud of him, that he had to do a lot of tutoring, a lot of extra private skating lessons, and extra time to get back to where he's at. He's doing okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, Sandy. That's what I have for you right now.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Same thing Joel will do for real water. You doing okay? Why don't we start where Ms. Switzer left off, talking about Trevor today. How old is he?
He just turned 18.
Right. His birthday is in August, is that right? And I guess I should ask, is Red Lobster still his favorite restaurant?
Yes, it is. He loves seafood.
Good for him. How's his hockey career going?
It's going. He's playing junior hockey.
And who does he play for?
He plays for a juniors team in Boston.
In Boston, Massachusetts. And he has to live away from home to do that?
He does. He's a senior online this year. Faith Lutheran made an exception for him to do his senior year online so that he could have this opportunity to play hockey.
That's wonderful. So he can still get his diploma, his high school diploma from Faith Lutheran here in Las Vegas, but he lives in Boston full-time?
Well, he's there for the hockey season.
And
to play for.
My colleague knows more about hockey than I do, but
it's for a few months.
What's the hockey season for his level? When does it start and stop?
Basically, it starts probably middle of September and goes till maybe the end of February.
So from September of this year, like last month, up until February, he lives in Boston?
Yes.
And do they live in like a dorm together? How does this work?
Yes, the owner of the juniors team has like a house that he puts the players in, so he gets to live with the other teammates.
Okay, and how old are the kids that live in this dorm with them, roughly?
They go by birth year in hockey, so they're all 18, 19, 20 years old. There might be a few 17-year-olds in there, but they usually put them with a family to live with a family.
Gotcha. And so as part of his hockey career he plays, is it just in Boston or do they travel?
Most of the teams, not just Boston, but in that region in New England. So before the Knights, we didn't have a lot of hockey here, and we had to travel to play other teams. But in Boston area, you can go within an hour, and there's dozens of rinks and teams to play. So it's a lot better play for him.
And is it, can the public see these games?
Yes.
And what's the league called?
So he plays, it's a juniors tier 2 league.
Junior 2?
Yeah, tier 2.
And I like to imagine them playing Boston Garden, but that's probably not true. Where do they play?
So they play at different, just random rinks wherever their game schedule puts them.
And are the kids in this league, is this kind of like a stepping stone to playing hockey at a higher level?
Yes.
And what does Trevor want to do? What's his hope?
Trevor is chasing his dreams and we're supporting it. And we wouldn't allow him to leave earlier because of all of the health issues and what he'd been through. We weren't comfortable with it, so we're helping him now chase his dreams, and his goal is to try to play college hockey.
And does he have any interest from any colleges currently?
He does. So Trevor's a big kid, and he gets a lot of looks because of his size. But he's been talking to Michigan and Boston College and Harvard and Brown University.
That's very exciting. When, I know it's probably a terrible question, but I'm curious, when will you find out, or when will Trevor find out? Is it kind of like where you apply to college and find out, in the next couple of months, or is it further out than that?
You get scouted for it.
And when will you find out?
It could be any time. It could be, usually the kids play juniors hockey for 1, 2, 3 years, and the colleges kind of scout them out of these leagues, or higher level junior teams would scout them out of these leagues.
That's very exciting. And so if Trevor is, I don't know, picked up as the wrong word, do they offer a scholarship? Is that?
They could. Hockey's not one of the top 6 scholarships, meaning like a football or baseball, that give big scholarships. So.
I see. So it's like partial right if you get a scholarship, and
Yeah.
Otherwise you may have to full pay.
Yeah. He'll have to probably full pay, but they don't give a lot of hockey scholarships. It's an honor to be on the team, so.
But still, it sounds like a great honor to be on the team and sort of use it as a stepping stone to one of those great colleges. Well, congratulations. That's wonderful. I understand Trevor is about my height. He's about 6'5".
Correct.
Obviously in a lot better shape than me, though. He's, 200 pounds?
Correct.
Good for him. And currently, I guess, just over the last year, did Faith Lutheran win a championship of some kind?
They did. They won the state championship.
Wonderful. And how did Trevor do in the championship games?
He did wonderful.
And I understand there's some kind of scoring. You get points for assists and points for goals. He had scored some points in those games.
He did get some assists and goals. I don't remember how many, but he was part of that.
He's a defenseman?
Yes.
So defenseman getting points for assists is a big thing. Right?
Yes.
Congratulations. That's terrific. So hopefully you'll hear on one of these colleges very soon. That's the status.
I just want him to have the opportunity to chase his dreams and be able to go to college. That's the goal.
I think that's what every parent wants for their child, and that's wonderful. turning back, I want to understand kind of the start of his hockey career, and we'll talk a little bit about his illness, and I don't want to upset you. I just wanted to give you a preview of what I'm going to ask you so you can be prepared for that. My understanding is Trevor started playing hockey very young. How young?
3 years old.
Oh my goodness, great for him. And did he start with some program affiliated with the Golden Knights, or how did he start?
So this was before the Golden Knights were in town. So this was at the ice center that we have here in town, at the Las Vegas.
And how did he develop an interest in hockey?
So my husband grew up playing roller hockey, and I grew up as a figure skater. And we thought it would be good for both of our boys to learn how to ice skate. And they loved having a stick and ice skating, and they just loved hockey.
Great. At what age did you get Trevor a trainer?
Probably about 5 years old.
Oh my goodness, okay. And did he have the same trainer from the time he was 5 years old till his teens, or has he had multiple trainers?
He's had multiple trainers.
I was given a name of a trainer that apparently is a very famous hockey person. I'm going to try and impress my colleague. Pokey Riddick.
Correct. He's an ex-NHLer.
And when did Pokey start training Trevor?
So he, probably at a young age, probably at about 5 years old, that was probably one of his first trainers. And then again after his injury.
So after his illness, Pokey trained him again?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about his illness. I think if I have the dates right, he was in 3rd grade, and this was in 2016, so about 8 years ago.
Correct.
And it was March. So it was about the end of coming to the end of the school year.
There's still 3 months left.
Okay, so the school went till June? Okay. So basically, Trevor missed March, April, May, June of his 3rd grade year and had to do school from home, right?
He couldn't even do school at home. He couldn't even keep his head up.
Okay.
So there was nothing really going on but some video games.
I understand, and he was not a video game person before this. And then in about May or so, is that when you threw out the real water and all the pots and pans and things?
Yeah, I want to say he turned probably end of April, beginning of May, somewhere in there.
Okay, and as any person would, any parent, you were just trying to figure out what was going on, and it just came to you, you know what, let's just be on the safe side and get rid of everything. Is that kind of how it went?
Basically, it was kind of a great reset. I had no idea what was causing it or what caused it at the time, so I just did a great reset. I didn't know what else to do. We were grasping at straws, desperate. It was complete desperation.
And in this case, it worked, so, good for you. So then, his birthday would have been in August. Would that have been kind of around the time he started to feel better, or was it after that?
It was after that.
Okay.
He was starting to feel better, but it was very slow. Each day got better and better, but it was very, very slow. It probably wasn't until November of that year that he, I think, was really able to get through a full day of school.
Okay, so even for like his August birthday, he was still celebrating at home, if you will. And then you had a doctor's appointment that we saw that was November 16th. It was around that time that you first, it's kind of like we all remember when we first went out to dinner after COVID. It's kind of a banner thing.
Yeah. And then we basically got to graduate to a different doctor. So we were released from one doctor and then got to go to a different doctor to follow him. So we went from the pediatric GI to the hematologist. So that was our big graduation.
Okay.
And then we got to sit in the waiting room with lots of very, very sick children.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not a great experience. So then you graduate, air quotes, to a hematologist. Trevor is improving, and you think it was about November. So this is the start of his 4th grade year that he starts to improve, and then through the end of that year, and then maybe in January of 2017, he goes back to school.
He was going back to school that August, but it wasn't full days. They basically said it was up to him to decide what, and it was the same thing with hockey, that he basically could, if he could only put 10 minutes in on the ice, then go sit on the bench. You know, school, if he could only put in an hour, then I would come pick him up. If he could put in half a day, then I would pick him up. And a lot of times I just volunteered at the school, so I was right there, you know, close to him. So I wasn't really able, I wasn't leaving my kid. I stayed as close to him for the longest time till he really felt better.
Good for you. And I imagine his first time back in hockey must have been rather scary for you.
Everything was
I'm sure it was.
scary for me.
Do you remember the first time you went back to hockey, about when that was? Would it have been September, October, November of 2016, or was it later than that?
Well, he missed a lot when he was sick, so that's when you have all of your camps, you know, you have all of your tryouts, you have, you know, you're missing everything for the upcoming season. So, like I said, he had to work twice as hard, you know, and he was not ready for the season yet, so he had to ease back into it. Luckily, coaches worked with us and allowed him to practice and, you know, still be a part of it. So to get back his strength and try to build back his muscle, he had to work twice as hard to get there.
I understand. When do you think he started that work? Do you think it was September of 2016, or do you think it was later?
It probably was August or September as the season probably started back up again. They might start practicing and, you know, he probably eased himself back into it slowly at his pace.
Okay, and I would imagine at that age they don't do weight training, or do they?
No, not at that age, not yet.
Does he do weight training now?
Yes.
And so the 2017 school year, was that more normal for you?
I don't know what you mean by normal, but
New normal?
yeah, a new normal, I guess. Like, we eased our way back into it. And, you know, I struggled with my husband. Are we bad parents for letting him go back to school and trying to have a normal life? Or are we bad parents if we keep him home and keep him in a bubble and sheltered from everybody? We didn't know what to do. We wanted to protect our child, and we didn't know the best way to do that. So we're questioning every decision. So I said, I became neurotic over it. I'm questioning everything I'm doing, because I don't know what's right and what's wrong. But I just want to protect my child.
And it sounds like you did a good job of that. How about 2018? How was 2018?
Like I said, everything kept going in the right direction. The numbers slowly kept getting better. You know, Trevor slowly kept getting better. Everything kept getting better. But we didn't know at any time that could have changed. We didn't know what we were dealing with. So we slowly kind of worked with him at his pace as he got better and better and better.
And so you didn't learn what had happened to Trevor until you saw the news stories in 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
We really had no idea. We knew it was something that caused the liver injury, but we never really knew. Like, the doctors never were able to, at the time, pinpoint it.
When did Trevor's hockey career really start to take off? Was it high school?
Yeah, probably high school, you know, as they got older and started getting more active. And he was always a great player, but even before his liver injury, he was getting scouted and was a great player, so.
And then once he started high school, that was at Faith Lutheran?
Correct, he went to Little Faith and Faith Lutheran from middle school.
Little Faith is, okay, and then Middle Faith is the middle school, and then the high school is the high school, obviously. So from ninth grade until, he's a senior now, right? When did he, a terrible term, but all parents have to go through this, leave the nest, so to speak. When did he first live away from home for hockey? Was it this year?
Yeah, so we just took him to Boston, and that was, you know, very hard as a parent to have him on the other coast.
Right, you're proud of him, but
Exciting, yes.
I get it. The total cost of the medical bills that Real Water caused Trevor was about $20,000. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
And obviously, that doesn't include any of your pain or suffering, his pain and suffering, anything like that, right?
Well, no, that does, I mean, really, all they could do was blood work for Trevor. They couldn't really do anything else, and thank God he didn't need a liver transplant and turned a corner. But there was a lot of other, you know, costs there that aren't there, like all the extra tutoring and training, and I wasn't able to work at all.
Right.
You know, that everything, and there's a lot of other costs there that aren't there.
No, I appreciate that, and that's really why I was asking the question the way I was asking it, because it sounds like you put in a lot of time and effort to make sure Trevor recovered.
I would do anything for my children.
Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Redirect, ma'am?
No redirect.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a panel member with a question? Ma'am, can you stay seated for 1 second? Just rip it off. Okay, ma'am, we have and Marshall, could you have the jury put their name and badge on it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And ma'am, we have a question from juror number 11. We actually have two questions. Question number 1, did Trevor drink real water at hockey practice or while he was training for hockey?
Yes, he did. So I liked to bring the big bottle on the go. So he was drinking it at hockey practice, on the go for sports. He would take it to school with him. This was kind of before all the kids started the metal bottles, the refillable kinds. So this was kind of right before that whole wave happened. So yes, he did drink it, and he did bring it with him to practice and to school.
Okay, ma'am, we have one follow-up question. Did Trevor's trainers ever have a diet or a meal plan for him?
Now they do. At the time, no. They would, you know, kind of get mad if the kids weren't eating healthy for games, but now it's very strict and careful what he eats, but at the time, no.
All right, any follow-up from counsel?
No follow-up for plaintiffs, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And thank you, ma'am, you're released.
Your Honor, we have about a 16-minute video of Lois Kessler.
All right.
We would call Lois Kessler.
All right, thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, the plaintiff has another video.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this deposition will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, where do you currently reside?
Agoura Hills, California.
Could you spell that for me, please?
AGOURAHILLS. California, you want the California spell?
No, I got that. And did there come a time that you drank a product known as real water?
Yes.
Approximately when was that?
Well, I started drinking it approximately in 2010.
Okay. And how long did you drink it for?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, but sometime between 2018 and 2020 was when the store wasn't carrying it anymore, so did stop drinking it then. I'm not
Where were
exactly
you living
sure.
at- Where were you living at during that time period, 210 to 218 or 220?
In my same residence in Agoura Hills.
Okay. And what was the name of the store that you were purchasing the real water from?
Well, there was two stores I used to purchase it from, Bristol Farms and Sprouts.
And Bristol Farms is what kind of store?
It's a grocery store, more of a specialty grocery store.
And Sprouts would be just like the regular Sprouts you see everywhere?
Well, I don't see them everywhere, but it's more a specialty, smaller store. They sell a lot of produce they're known for, and other, other general grocery items also.
And did you buy the retail bottles as opposed to some big 5-gallon thing?
Oh, yes, I bought either the 1 liter or the 1.5 liter. I used to buy both of them depending on what was a better price at the time.
Did you typically buy them in single bottles or cases of 1 liter or 1.5 liters?
Sometimes I would just buy like a few at a time. Other times if they were on sale, I'd buy a case or 2 cases even.
Okay. But you always bought the 1 liter or the 1.5 liters, correct?
Yes, I never bought the big jugs or 5-gallon or whatever they came in.
Okay. And what attracted you to real water in the first place?
Well, I had cancer back in 2007, finished treatment in 2008. I saw an integrative oncologist at UCLA. We talked about, alkalinity for your body versus acid. And he actually told me he doesn't believe that alkaline water is going to keep your body more alkaline. But if I like the taste of it and I want to spend my money, go ahead and drink it. So I liked the taste of it. It was very smooth tasting. And, I didn't like a lot of other waters. I think your taste changes when you go through chemotherapy. So I really liked the real water. I don't know. Yeah, well, I saw that it was alkaline water, so I tried it and I liked it. So I continued buying it for many years.
So your primary motivation for buying those 1 liter and 1.5 liter bottles of real water was a health reason?
Yes, it was alkaline water. And secondary, I liked the taste of it. I thought it was very smooth.
Okay. And how often did you buy the 1 liter and 1.5 liter bottles or cases?
I don't know how often I bought it. I would try to drink like a bottle each day, like a 1 liter a day.
And was this the exclusive bottled water you bought, or did you have other types of bottled water?
No, that was the only bottled water I drank.
Okay. Did there come a time that you had a problem with the water?
Well, yes. My granddaughter was visiting and she took a bottle and she took some and she goes, "Ooh, Grandma," she said, "this is very bitter. This is not good water." And I go, "What? This is great water." So I tasted it. I go, "Oh, you're right. Something's wrong with it." And this was back, I think, what was it, 2006, was it 2016, I think, right?
Right, we've got a form here to show you in a second, but your best recollection now is it's the beginning of 2016?
Yeah, it was, she was visiting, I believe, at the end of 2015 for the winter, Christmas holidays. And so, yeah, it must have been at the very end of, very end of 2015 when this occurred.
Okay, and you said the problem was it tasted awful, I think the word you used.
Yeah, it tasted very bitter, just that. So I said, "Well, don't drink it then." I said, "I've been drinking this for years, I love this water." And so I tasted it and I said, "Oh, yeah, it's like bitter tasting."
Did it taste metallic?
I don't remember tasting metallic, I just remember it just didn't taste right. It didn't taste like it usually did, just off, like bitter.
Did you complain about this to anybody?
Well, yeah, I called Real Water, the company.
And that would be somewhere here in Nevada?
Yes, I believe it was, yeah, let's see.
Okay, ma'am, I'm showing you a picture that we're gonna mark as Exhibit 1 of a real water bottle. Is that basically what you purchased?
Wait, hold on, something's blocking up the screen here. It says leave meeting or got it, so I should just press got it, I guess, okay. Yeah, that's, looks like what I purchased, yes.
Okay, all right. All right, so you talked to someone in Nevada, is your best recollection?
Yeah, well, wherever the real water is located, yes, I did talk to someone there.
Okay, and what did you tell them?
I told them that something's wrong with this bottle of water, in case they just get it off.
Okay. And did they tell you what they thought the problem might be?
No, they just told me to, they're sending me, I think, like a UPS or FedEx label or something, and they said whatever's left of the bottle, which was quite a bit, I believe, to send it to them, and they would test it, which is what I did.
So you mailed in your bottle to them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you get the test results back from them?
They never sent me any results, they just said, I think I spoke to them, and they just said, there's nothing that was bad in there that's gonna make you sick, and, we're just gonna, take the rest of the case that you have back in the store where you purchased it, they'll refund your money, and we're gonna send you another whole case, at no charge, of the 1 liter bottles, which is what they did.
Did they have a discussion about perhaps putting too many materials or concentrate or chemicals or?
Yeah, they did mention that, too much of something might have gotten in there. I know they add minerals and stuff to the water, I don't know, give it a certain taste, I guess, I'm not sure. They did mention something about maybe something got in there too much. I don't know what it was, though.
Okay, and you remember them saying that they put too much of something in there, is that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, they said possibly something got, too much of something got into the water, when they were processing it.
Okay. And do you remember them discussing concentrate, perhaps?
No, they didn't really go into any detail with me.
They just told you they put too much stuff in it.
Yeah, too much of something might have gotten in there, and don't worry, you're not gonna get sick. We're gonna send you another case, take back the whole case the rest of the case that you have, which I did. And I continued buying it, for quite a few years after until I think the markets, it was hard to get it. Like they didn't seem to stock it, and then eventually I heard it was recalled or they weren't getting it anymore.
Okay. Okay, directing your attention to Exhibit 2, which is a customer alert form. Let me put that on the screen and go over that with you. This is a document that Real Water has produced that is where they documented your complaint. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
Does this refresh your recollection that this happened on or about January 6, 2016?
I know it was early January 2016, yes, I'm aware that's when it was. Let me read it real quick here.
Okay.
Let's see, taste it awful, other bottles in the case, see. Taste it awful, all the other bottles in the case and other cases are fine. I don't know if they were fine because I never opened them up. I just returned them to the store. She has left a message left a message at the Tennessee office. She spoke with the manager at Crystal Farms Westlake, which is true, and the corporate office of Crystal Farms told her to send the bottles to them. Yeah, so, yeah, I brought all the unopened bottles that were left in the case back to Crystal Farms. They refunded my money, and I sent the one bottle like I told you. They sent me a slip where to send it. I don't have that anymore. So many years ago. I mailed it in to be tested.
Okay, and then there's a reference here to someone named Anthony. Do you see that?
Anthony? No, let me see.
The corporate office at Bristol Farms contacted Anthony concerning this matter. That last one in there.
You can look in, and the corporate office of Bristol Farms told her to send the bottle to them to test. And something is scratched off here on the copy that I have. Let's see, is it scratched? No, it's, to test, something, so I can't read it. The corporate office of Bristol Farms contacted, Anthony concerning this matter. I don't know who Anthony is.
Do you know the name of the Real Water person you talked to?
No, I don't. I never wrote that.
Was it a man or a woman?
I don't remember.
Okay. So anyway, the statement here that the other bottles in the case were fine, that's not accurate because you didn't open those.
That's correct, I did not open them. They said, don't open them, just bring them back to the store. And Bristol Farm was supposed to send them in for testing. I don't know if they ever followed up or not. But they just told me, take them back, and we'll send you another case. And I tasted the new case they sent me, it tasted fine, so I drank it.
And after drinking real water, have you ever developed any liver problems?
Yes, I do. I have fatty liver now, but I don't know, what it's from. I have fatty liver I've developed.
And when did you develop the liver problems?
I don't know exactly.
When were they diagnosed?
I'd have to look back at my medical records. I know it's probably at least, like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I honestly have to look back at my medical records. I am seeing a liver specialist now, at Cedars-Sinai in Los Angeles. They did, fiber scans and to make sure, it's not getting worse. It is a fatty liver. I mean, they found it, when they've done some full body PET scans on me from when I had my cancer back in 2007, 2008. At some point, years later, they found, something showed up, and then I started seeing a liver specialist. Oh, also my liver enzymes, my ALT and AST, years ago went up pretty high, from like 18 to 25 normal up to like between 80 and 90 in the 90s. So something was fishy, but they didn't know. And at some point, like I said, I stopped drinking the real water because I couldn't get it anymore. And I don't know if it was how soon after that time the liver enzymes have gone down, at least to the 30s and 40s now. It's not as high, the ALT and AST, but I still have fatty liver. I mean,
Okay, let me see if I get this right. At the time your liver enzymes went up, you were still drinking the real water. Is that correct?
It was, yes.
And they went up to 80 to 90? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think they're up in the 90s, some of them, yeah.
That would be both the ALT and the AST went up to 80 or 90?
Well, I have to look back at my medical records if I can, call my doctor or something if he has them. They both, I don't know if they both went up, but one was higher than the other. One was for sure in the 90s. The other one, I don't know if it's quite as high. But they were both elevated. From normal, for me, was like 18 to 25.
And then you quit drinking the real water because it was not available. That's correct?
That's true, yep.
I think that's about in the 2020 timeframe.
Yes, yes.
And since that time, your liver enzymes have gone down to normal level.
They have gone down, yes. Pretty normal, yeah.
What happened to your liver enzymes after you stopped drinking real water?
My liver enzymes have gone down to normal now.
You have a suspicion that the real water was the cause of your liver problems?
Honestly, it could have been the problem. There's nothing else. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do any drugs. I exercise, I eat healthy, I eat very little red meat or fat. I really watch my diet. So that could have been the problem.
Is there anything else you can point to as the potential problem?
No. I do my own cleaning, I don't use any chemicals. I don't, use any chemicals on my lawn, I'm very aware of all that. No, there's nothing else in my environment, or that I ate or drank or anything that would cause it.
And did anyone contact you from either Real Water, Bristol Farms, or Sprouts and indicate to you that Real Water may be associated with liver problems?
No, no one ever contacted me.
You said you were diagnosed with a fatty liver. Were you ever diagnosed with liver failure?
No, just that my liver enzymes went up. They didn't know why. And, no, I never had liver failure. I went up and they diagnosed me with a fatty liver.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next up will be,
Judge, I can play a quick video, or we can take a break.
Yeah, let's
I
take-
have about a 20-minute video I can play.
ladies and gentlemen, you want to take a break now or after the video? Now? Okay, remember you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio. Remember the social media prohibition. And last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. Let's take a break.
All rise for the jury.
Anything outside the presence?
No, Your Honor.
No, you're not.
Okay.
You may be seated.
Okay, I guess we're back on the record. And we're ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. One quick issue, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just wanted to renew our objection regarding this witness. The next witness is going to be called, I believe it's Dorn or Fisher. It was part of our motion in limine regarding lay witnesses providing medical opinion testimony.
Okay,
Just wanted to do that outside the presence of the jury.
all right, I understand. Okay. Are we ready?
Your Honor, while we have a second, I was supposed to remind you, we were gonna make an inquiry of Mr. Carter after,
Oh, he said he's fine up until about 4:45.
no, the other one,
Yeah.
Mr. Carter is the retired Metro officer who said he needs off Wednesday for some sort of.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't know if it was an all-day thing, or half-day. I don't want to intrude, but a little more information to help him.
All right, I got you.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to continue on. I just have a question for Mr. Carter. I just want to make sure we can plan for next week.
Sorry.
Yes, I want to make sure we can plan for next week, and I know you had some needs on Wednesday, is that correct, sir?
Yes,
Okay, and what were those? For the,
I have a medical procedure on Wednesday.
yes, and that's in the afternoon, right?
No, it's in the morning.
Okay,
I'll check.
all right. What time was that again?
8 o'clock.
Okay. And how does that affect us? Because we want to do what's ever in your best interest. How does that affect?
It'll only be one day. I'll be back Thursday. I can call if it needs to be. I can probably, have a reschedule.
Can we approach? Mr. Carter, can you find out for us if that's a viable alternative? Because one thing we want to do is we want to see if we can get done next week, right? Week after? Week
I
after.
think if we had the whole week, Your Honor, we could probably get done by next Tuesday, but a week from Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yes. You find out, sir, whatever's best for you.
I talked to this one, I can reschedule it. I mean, it's been rescheduled before, so.
What are you comfortable with?
I mean, we're gonna need that, I mean, the crash card or anything, if I reschedule it or anything.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure. I get it, sir. If you can, I think that would be good. All right. Everybody fine with that?
That's great, Your Honor. Your Honor, our next witness would be Trey Fisher.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this deposition will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, let me show you the second page of Exhibit 2, please. Not Exhibit 1, okay? Okay, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that document?
This was an email I wrote to the customer service of Real Water, alerting a side effect that I had after drinking the water.
And what date did you write the email?
It's September 14th, 2017.
Does that refresh your recollection that that's when you wrote the email?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read for me the first paragraph of the email?
It says, good evening, I'm emailing your company regarding the recent experience after consuming the product, Real 2 alkalized water. I recently purchased 2 1-gallon jugs of this water from a Sprouts grocery store in Tampa Bay, Florida, and drank 1.5 gallons of it within a 6 to 8 hour period.
Okay, let's stop there. So, in September 2017, you were a resident of Tampa Bay?
Correct, I was living with family in Tampa going to flight school.
Okay. You currently living in Florida?
No, I'm living in Memphis, Tennessee now.
Okay. And it refers to a Sprouts grocery store. You see that?
Yeah, I do.
Was this the first time you'd ever purchased Real Water?
Yes.
And what attracted you to Real Water?
There was a pallet of numerous gallon jugs sitting at the, heading towards the checkout, and that was really the reason I grabbed it.
Okay, let me show you Exhibit 2, which is not a Sprouts, it's a Whole Foods, but just ask you if that's the kind of pallet that attracted you.
The one, the one on the top left, that's what it looked like,
I think we'll blow that a little bit. Okay, great, that's good. So, when you were in Whole Foods, you saw something like that, when you were in Sprouts, you saw something like that, and that's what attracted you to Real Water.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, back to Exhibit 1, page 2. Okay, can you read the second sentence for me, please?
Starting at that, I started to feel sick that night, woke up in the morning with quite severe symptoms of confusion, hand tremors, nausea, and vomiting. I went to a clinic, and the doctor said due to the large amount of alkalinized water I consumed, it caused me to go into a state of metabolic alkalosis.
Okay, first of all, you say in the first paragraph you purchased 2 1-gallon jugs from the Sprouts store, correct?
Correct.
And that, you bought 2 1-gallon retail bottles, you didn't buy 5-gallon bottles, correct?
So much is my knowledge, yeah, this is what it says on the email, so yes, 2 1-gallon jugs.
Okay, and prior to the day, did you even know they made 5-gallon bottles for home delivered?
No.
Okay. Now, referring to your email again, you went to a clinic. Did you personally drive yourself to the clinic?
No, my stepdad did.
And why did he drive you to the clinic as opposed to you drive yourself?
I could not, there was no way I could operate any kind of vehicle.
You had vomited prior to the time you went to the clinic?
I did.
And that was during the night?
That was, after that, within that 6 to 8 hour period, yes, as far as I remember.
And did you vomit once, more than once?
No, I know for more than once. I can't tell you exactly how many, but more than once.
Okay, at least 2 times, maybe more.
Yeah.
Why did you attribute your nausea, vomiting, hand tremors, and confusion to real water?
It was the only different thing added to my daily diet from, I had a very consistent, meal every day, or meals every day, and it was the only different thing that I had that whole week.
Okay, and at this time point, you were in flight school?
Correct.
Do you remember how many weeks approximately you've been in flight school?
So that would have been about 6 months that I've been in flight school at that point.
Okay. All right, and you said, could you read the next sentence, please?
Yeah, I'm currently a pilot in flight school, and it caused me to miss 3 days in a row of schooling, as well as lingering side effects affecting my memory. I would like to have some answers from your company, because there are no warnings anywhere on the bottle regarding side effects of excess consumption of your water. Not warning people of potentially putting themselves into a state of metabolic alkalosis is dangerous and irresponsible.
Is this the first time you've ever had some sort of illness, especially vomiting, after drinking just bottled water?
Absolutely.
Has it happened since?
No.
All right, and if you take a look at the next page, third page, exhibit 1, do you recognize that document?
I've got that here as well. I don't really recognize it from back when this happened. It looks like it.
Is this in your handwriting?
It looks like it, yeah. But I can't tell you for sure,
Okay, it says on the top, no response from customer, case closed. You see that?
Correct, yeah, I see that at the top there, yeah.
Okay. Did they ever respond to your 2 complaints?
They gave me a response on, let's see, this has a September 15th, 2017.
Okay, we go into the email now? But let's have exhibit 2, please. Was this an email you wrote to Real Water?
Your response, yes, this is the email that I responded to, one of their responses, yes.
Okay, for the record, this was not produced by the defendant, it was produced by the witness. It says the address for the Sprouts is 1523 South Dale Mabry Highway. Is that right?
Yeah.
And is that where you bought it?
It is, yeah.
And did they ask you to give the address to the store?
Let's see, I'm sorry, I can't remember recently. It says in their first response to my first email, in the middle of the first paragraph, I need the exact location of the Sprout store in Tampa Bay, Florida, where you purchased the water. So yes, they did ask me for the address.
Okay, and that was the location?
Correct.
Now, you said when you went to the hospital...
it was it was a minute clinic down the road, it was not a hospital.
What'd you call it, a minute clinic?
Yeah, so it's like a walk-in clinic. It wasn't part of an actual large hospital.
Okay, is that like an urgent care?
Yeah, it's like an urgent care.
Okay, and so when you went to the urgent care, were you treated?
In short, no. I saw a doctor. I told him what my symptoms were, and his best guess was the metabolic alkalosis, and that the only thing I can do is to drink other, filtered tap water and try to wash it out of my system over the next few days.
So his prescription was to drink more water to wash out the real water.
Correct, yeah.
Did you do that?
I did.
And did they run any tests on you while you were in the hospital?
They did not.
Have you had any blood work since 2017 where they've done liver function tests?
I have not.
And so you don't know one way or the other whether or not a liver function test would show there's a problem with your liver?
No.
Have you had any symptoms that would suggest to you that maybe you have something slightly wrong with the liver?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And what happened after you went to your, well, first of all, how long were you at the urgent care?
I was pretty disoriented at the time, but as far as, I mean, I would say no more than 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. Did you vomit again at the urgent care?
Not at the urgent care, no.
On the way home?
No, it was after the initial vomiting, and I had stopped drinking that water. That was however many times in the initial part it was, that was the last time I did.
Do you recall if the water had a metallic taste to it?
I don't recall the taste.
Okay. And this is the first time you were drinking these retail bottles, correct?
Correct.
Did anyone else in your household drink the water?
No.
Any pets?
No.
Okay, so you sent this email, back to Exhibit 2, to Real Water, and they said, we're gonna report this to the Quality Control Department. Did anyone talk to you after this point in time?
Not that I recall.
Mm-hmm. Did they ever have a discussion with you suggesting that they made a bad batch?
No.
Or perhaps put too much concentrate in it?
After the first response from that company, I've never heard from them.
Never heard from them again?
Correct.
Okay. And the response you got was from the receptionist, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
If you take a look at Exhibit 2, page 2, the bottom, the person that sent your response was who?
It says from Kim Service, receptionist for water.
Describes your position as receptionist, correct?
Correct.
So your customer complaint was handled by the receptionist of Real Water, correct?
Correct.
That's the only one you communicated with?
Yes.
And never had the quality control people talk to you?
No.
Never had anyone other than Kim, the receptionist, talk to you, right?
Explanation.
I want to make sure we got the answer clean on the record, because Mr. Duke came in. So let me ask it one more time, and let him make his objection, Mr. Fisher, and then answer, okay? So no one contacted you other than the receptionist for Real Water, is that correct?
Correct.
Before your deposition today, did you have an opportunity to speak to anyone regarding your deposition?
Briefly with Kelly.
And who is Kelly?
I believe she works with Will Kemp.
And when did you speak with Kelly?
I can't give you the exact date. It was a couple weeks ago.
And did you reach out to Mr. Cook's office, or did they reach out to you?
I was contacted.
And who were you contacted by?
Kelly.
And can you tell me the nature of that conversation?
They asked me if I would speak as a witness of having side effects from drinking this water, and I said yes.
So your best recollection was that you had bought some water at Sprouts to prepare for the hurricane then?
It was not to prepare for the hurricane. I bought that water because I drink a lot of water throughout the day, and that was just the final. That pallet was sitting there before I checked out, and I grabbed a couple.
Do you recall how much time passed between the time you started drinking the water and you started getting sick?
I do not recall now.
Okay, do you recall if it was almost instantaneous, like you drank the water and became sick within an hour of drinking it?
I don't recall within an hour, but that same day that I drank it, I recall feeling sick.
Okay, and had it been something that, you know, you just consumed a little bit of and then you got sick later that day, or had you been drinking or sipping it the whole day?
I had been sipping it the whole day, correct?
Okay. And did you drink it out of the bottle or put it in a glass?
Just out of the bottle.
Okay, and you said that you felt it was the real water that got you sick because that was the only new thing you ate that whole week, right?
Correct.
What was the typical meal that you were eating that whole week?
I can't recall a typical meal, but
Do you recall anything that you ate that week?
no. I mean, this was 2017, so no, I don't recall what I ate that week.
And do you remember what you drank? I mean, do you remember what you consumed the day before you got sick?
I do not.
Okay. And you've never been diagnosed with any liver problems or liver failure, right?
No.
And did you have any long-term consequences?
No, not that I'm aware of.
After you got sick from drinking real water that day in 2017, what did you do with the rest of the water?
I dumped it out.
You bought 2 1-liter bottles, is that correct?
I believe it's 1 gallon per the email, and this is what I'm basing my memory off of, is reading this email I wrote to the company. It says 2 1-gallon jugs of water.
Okay, so you don't have any independent recollection of drinking the water and feeling sick, right? Everything you remember is based on the email?
Yeah, I have recollection of drinking the water and feeling sick. I don't recall the exact, I'm basing this, the questions of what size of the jugs that I bought off the email I sent.
Were you contacted by counsel for Whole Foods or United Natural Foods at one point?
Am I allowed to check my emails right now?
Sure.
Okay. I believe I was contacted by, let's see, here it is. Someone from representing the interests of Whole Foods, United Natural Foods, and United Natural Foods West.
Okay, and who would that person be?
This is April Rufus.
And when was the contact made?
That was March 20th, 2023.
That email?
Via email, correct.
One email, more than one email?
This was more than one email.
How many emails?
This is one, 4.
Okay. And in general, what's the substance of the 4 emails from counsel from Whole Foods, United Natural Foods?
The substance was essentially, she's trying to get in contact with me, and this was during a time that I was out of town most of the time, flying, and I kept trying to, it was essentially a phone tag and a email tag.
Will you guys ever hook up?
No.
All right.
Appreciate it. Your Honor, our next witness would be Mr. Blaine Jones by video.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes. So, Mr. Jones, did you drink real water?
I did.
Okay, could you take a look at Exhibit 26, please, and tell me if you recognize that document?
I don't recognize the document specifically, but I recognize what it's, thank you, describing.
Okay. This appears to be a narrative that was put on a GoFundMe page, okay? Did
did you put a narrative on the GoFundMe page?
I did.
Okay, and does this appear to be the narrative that you put on the GoFundMe page?
Appears to be. I can't recall specifically what I said, and if this is 100% accurate, but.
Okay, approximately when did you put the narrative on the GoFundMe page?
Looks like it was 25th of October, 2020. Has that date on the document there? Sounds about right.
Where are you looking? That page?
It says 501.
Okay. You're looking at the Spanish on the bottom?
Yes.
Where it says fecha de creation?
Correct.
You speak Spanish, right?
Not fluent, but yes.
You know fecha means date? Right.
Yeah.
So you're assuming that the date of creation of this is October 25th?
Yes.
Is that consistent with your memory that you did create this on October 25th?
Sounds about right.
Okay, back to the first page. Could you read the first full paragraph that starts with "My name is Blaine Jones"?
My name is Blaine Jones. The pain, confusion, and fear I have learned about acute liver failure and hepatitis over the last few weeks invokes the old phrase, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy.
Okay, and this says the last few weeks, and we've had the date of October 25th on the page. Does this refresh your recollection as to when you had this liver injury?
It was October of that year, yeah.
October 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now there's some reference made in here to a hunting trip?
Correct.
And where were you going hunting?
Utah.
Can you be more specific?
Just outside of Carbon.
What were you hunting for?
Elk.
You got tags?
I did.
Okay. And you were accompanied by someone?
I went up there alone, but I knew someone that lived in the area and I met him.
One of your friends, I assume?
An acquaintance. I had met him.
What was his name?
I don't specifically recall his name, to be honest with you right now. I had only met him one time prior to that, and I haven't spoken to him since.
Okay, but he had a tag too?
He did not know. He knew the area, and he offered to show me around.
He was more of a guide person?
No, he wasn't a guide.
Oh.
Acquaintance.
Okay. All right, so does this... Anyway, you drove to Utah from Nevada?
Yes.
And you remember if you left on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
I think I left on like a Thursday, something like that, maybe a Wednesday.
Okay, if you want to take a look at the second page, I think maybe we just give a little context to 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Could you read that paragraph?
Which paragraph again, sorry?
Where it says, after the morning hike, and then we'll try to put this into some kind of context.
After the morning hike, I thought I had full-blown food poisoning.
Now, was this the first full day in Utah?
So that day, I had arrived the day prior.
Okay.
And set up camp and, different things.
Was that the day you went to KFC? The day?
No, it was the, yes, I believe so.
So on the day you arrived, you went to KFC, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you said, quote, later that afternoon I began to feel sick, unquote.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so you actually started feeling sick the day that you got there?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you bring real water with you?
I did.
How much, if you know?
I believe I brought a 5-gallon bottle.
So you were drinking it during the course of being up there?
Correct.
And you bring anything else other than real water to drink?
I might have had some other Gatorade or some other type of drink, probably.
Okay. Okay, so basically you started getting sick that afternoon, right?
Correct.
and you say, quote, nausea came over me that night, unquote. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in the morning, you had what you thought was, quote, food poisoning, unquote, right?
That's what it initially felt like, yes.
Okay. And having had food poisoning, you're throwing up a lot, and you feel nauseous, and
Yeah.
weak, right? Okay, so then it says that afternoon I went to sleep, and this was Saturday, right?
That's what it says there, yeah, sounds about right.
So this was the Saturday after the Friday that you got there.
Correct. Believe so.
And it says Sunday you slept all day, only to wake up at midnight feeling decimated after having thrown up and dehydrated.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Did you take that?
No, it's fine.
Okay, and is that in fact what happened?
Yeah, as best as I can remember.
Okay. And had you ever felt this way before?
I can recall having, food poisoning where I felt similar to that. However, Sunday, I kind of progressively got worse. So it felt, at that point in time, like a very bad case of food poisoning. Very severe case, I guess you could say, of food poisoning.
Okay, so it says you slept all day. Was that on site at the hunting area?
Yeah, I was in a tent.
You set up a tent?
Correct.
And was that just for you, or was the other guy sleeping up there too?
No, I have my tent by myself, and he had his own tent.
Okay. So it says, quote, I decided I needed to go to the hospital for attention, right?
Yep.
And did you go to the hospital for attention?
I did.
And what hospital would that be?
The local hospital there in around Carbon. I don't remember the name specific off the top of my head.
Carbon spelled C-A-R-B-O-N?
Yes.
Okay, but whatever the local hospital was in Carbon you went to?
Correct.
Okay, it says you went into the ER, they gave you some tests, and then fluids, and then they let you out, right?
Yep.
How long do you think you were in the ER at that point in time?
Maybe an hour or two.
Okay. So you drive back to camp and you say Monday you slept all day. Is that right?
That's what it says, yeah. Sounds right.
So you actually slept all day Sunday and all day Monday?
Besides the trip to the hospital, yeah.
Okay.
For the most part, I think.
It says you had no energy, I had no energy to get up, barely enough to choke down some water. Did I read that right?
That's what it says, yeah.
And so the water would be the real water?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. So during the time period you were sick, you were still drinking the real water?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Moving on. I dumped myself into my truck and he drove down the mountain to the pharmacy. Would that be your friend?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what day would this have been?
I don't recall specifically if it was Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, if you take a look back up the paragraph, after it says Monday you slept all day, it says, quote, the next morning I felt the necessity to get up.
Okay, yeah, so then I guess it would have been Tuesday.
Okay, so on Tuesday he drove down the mountain to the pharmacy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you filled the prescription, you went to your friend's house, right?
Correct.
And you say, quote, what I would soon realize was I had a few levels to fall down before I hit the bottom of this nightmare.
Yep.
Right? And the nightmare would be the illness you're suffering, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the next paragraph says you got off the couch. Is that the couch at his house?
I believe so.
And again, we think this is Tuesday, right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. So you described going to the bathroom and you think you went multiple times and he says you went once, right?
Yes.
So you were delusional at this time?
Yes.
Okay. So you went outside and it sounds like you're kind of stumbling down the street. Is that what's going on?
I was out in front of his house.
Okay.
Yes, I was trying to reach somebody that I knew, and she was the only one that answered the phone at the time.
Okay, so this would have been Tuesday night? Or Tuesday?
Afternoon,
Tuesday afternoon, okay.
maybe midday, I'm not sure.
And this house is in Carbon, right?
Yep.
All right. So the ambulance arrived and they put you in the back of the ambulance and they take you to the hospital, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And skipping over a paragraph, it says, quote, next time I remember being wheeled down the hall into a room with a doctor. Over the next few hours I was getting IV fluids. Next, the doctor told me my liver was shutting down and the next few days would be very painful. Did I read that right?
Looks like it.
So this would have been on Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay. So Tuesday, a doctor told you that your liver was shutting down, correct?
I believe that was what the doctor said, yes, if I remember correctly. Again, I was pretty out of it, but as far as I can remember, yes.
Okay. And do you know what ALT and AST liver tests are?
I'm familiar, somewhat, very elementary understanding of it.
Okay, do you know if they ran those on you at this time?
I don't recall or not, no.
Was there some other member of the family communicating with the hospital about your condition, other than, well, was there, other than you?
I believe they got a hold of somebody. I don't know specifically who they were speaking to.
Okay, the next paragraph, or sentence, it says they notified your father, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that would be Brent Jones, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so he actually talked to you and said, I'm gonna come get you?
I don't remember if I talked to him or if the doctor relayed the message. I just remember somehow knowing that he was coming to pick me up.
Okay, well, it says, quote, he gave me two options. One, stay in the hospital, or two, go to the hotel, right?
Yeah, I was referring to the doctor.
Oh, the doctor gave you two options. Okay. So you went to the hotel?
Yes.
And the reason you went to the hotel is because you were worried about the medical bills since you had no insurance?
Yep.
Would you have otherwise stayed in the hospital?
The way the doctor put it and giving me that option, he was basically saying it was, up to me what to do. At that point in time, like I said, I didn't have health insurance, so I made the decision to go to the hotel.
Okay, and you walked from the hospital to the hotel?
Yeah, it was just down the street, maybe 100 yards or so, 200 yards.
Okay, and you say, quote, I left the hospital on the hardest, less than a block walk I've ever experienced, unquote. Did I read that right?
Yep.
Okay, and you were stumbling and you fell on the ground over 15 times?
Sounds about right.
So 15 times in 100 yards?
Yep.
Okay. You weren't in good shape, I take it?
I was not.
Okay. All right. So flip over to the next page. Had you already checked into that hotel, or did you have to check in the hotel?
I honestly don't remember or recall how I got the key or the reservation for the room.
You were out of it?
Very much so.
Okay. But you say here you flopped in the hotel bed, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then your wife convinces the hotel people to feed you and give you some Advil, right?
Yeah, they left some food and Advil, out in front of my room.
Okay. And then your dad comes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And in the next paragraph, it says, quote, the doctor warned me you were going to feel horrible for a few days, unquote. Was that before you left the hospital?
When he gave me that warning?
Yeah.
No, it was when I was at the hospital, yes.
So you went back to the hospital after your father came?
No.
Okay.
Not at that point in time.
So while you were at the hospital, he told you this?
Yes.
Okay. And now it says this was Wednesday now, right? We're on Wednesday?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And so your dad drives you back to Vegas, I assume, right?
Yep.
Okay, so they set you up, kind of a little room here at your house, I take it, right?
Yeah.
And then you got a case of the hiccups?
Yeah, I remember it started on the drive home, and
It says you're forcing fluids down. Is that during the drive?
where,
During the next 2.5 days, my time was filled with hiccups, forcing fluids down, and every time I trip to the bathroom, the fluids come back up.
yeah, so that was when I was at the house, and like I said, in the room, I got set up in the bedroom.
In the fluids, you were still drinking the real water?
Probably, that would have been the water we had at the house. I don't remember, I can't. It's hard to convey the difficulty of being aware of what's going on at that point in time.
But you started getting worse at home. That's what it says.
Yeah, over the next couple of days, I mean, and as the doctor told me at the hospital that the next few days were going to be very hard, and I definitely did continue to get worse.
Okay, you got worse than you were when you were in the hospital, when you were stumbling the 15 times, walking 100 yards to the hotel?
Yeah.
You were worse than that even?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
I was throwing up blood and not able to hold anything down,
And the thrown up blood, that's the reference to the red-brown mix of fluid exiting my mouth?
Yep.
It says your grandmother, had come from 5 hours away to aid in my care.
Yeah, she came to help.
Where did she live at?
She lives in California.
Just after midnight on Friday, her voice uttered what I needed, hospital.
Yep.
So she told you to go back to the hospital?
Yes.
And so Friday, we're a week after, this is the Friday after you went to Utah on the Friday.
Correct.
So this was 8th day in a row you've been sick?
Friday to Friday would be 7 days.
Okay.
8 days.
All right.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, and then to the car, you go your 3rd trip to the hospital.
Yep.
So that's 2 trips to the Utah hospital, 3rd trip to a hospital here in Vegas, I assume, right?
Correct.
Okay, and what hospital was that?
I don't recall the name of it off the top of my head. It's the one here up in, it's north of the 215 over off of Buffalo, somewhere in that area over there.
North of 215 by Buffalo. Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember. Spring Mountain maybe is the name of it. I can't remember
Okay.
specifically.
Have you been to the hospital before?
To that hospital?
Yeah.
No, I haven't been to that hospital.
Okay. So anyway, they checked you into the hospital, right?
Yep.
And you say, I was diagnosed as critical and rushed into the ICU. That would be the intensive care unit?
Yep.
So they checked you into intensive care?
Yep.
And we're in the middle of COVID right now, aren't we? October 15th?
Maybe it was ramping down, but I mean, it depends on what your definition of the middle of COVID is, I guess.
They had COVID restrictions at the hospital still?
Yeah, I mean, they still have COVID restrictions in hospitals right now.
Okay. So this weekend, I stayed under constant supervision, blood tests every 4 hours, and something continuously being injected into one of my 2 IV connections. Did I read that right?
Looks like it, yes.
So that weekend would be the Saturday and the Sunday after you checked into the Vegas hospital, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Next sentence says, quote, the doctors don't know why I got sick, unquote.
Yep.
Did the doctors tell you they didn't know why you got sick?
They did.
And I assume they asked you if you did alcohol, right?
Yeah, they had a number of different questions.
Okay. And do you use alcohol?
Occasionally.
Okay. Okay. So they ruled out alcohol, right? Or you ruled out alcohol?
I mean, I from my understanding of, cirrhosis and liver failure, I have not drinking enough in my life to get to that point.
Okay.
I'm not a medical expert, obviously, but
You're an occasional drinker,
yeah,
like 1 or 2 drinks a week maybe?
at the most.
Okay, and then it says, what they did know was if I had gotten worse, the only option was a liver transplant, unquote. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And did they discuss a liver transplant with you?
Yeah, a specialist came in and he said that there was a short amount of time where he was debating whether or not to send me to California for a liver transplant.
Did they tell you what hospital in California they were considering?
No, I don't recall
Okay,
specifically.
do you remember if it was perhaps Loma Linda, USC, UCLA?
I don't remember.
Okay, what was the specialist's name, do you remember?
I don't.
And you said he came in, he was not at the hospital, he came from another hospital?
The way he made it sound is he kind of circulated around hospitals because his specialty was something in regards to liver or something, you know.
Okay. And it says, quote, my tests for liver failure were teetering at this point of no return, unquote. Did I read that right?
Yep.
And those would be ALT, AST tests?
They weren't reviewing tests with me at that point in time specifically. I just recall the conversation with that doctor. He basically, and this was shortly after I began to, you know, not get worse.
Now it says, my tests for liver failure were teetering at this point of no return. Do you remember if they were talking about your ALT or AST being in the thousands? Does that ring any bells?
I don't recall specifically what tests. I mean, other than generically referring to tests at that point in time. I mean, I'm still in the ICU and very, don't have all my faculties, I guess would be the way to put it.
Okay, and the next paragraph says, by Monday, I was relocated to the general level of the hospital, stable enough to be transferred, unquote. Did I read that right?
Yep.
So that means on Monday, you're moved from ICU to general section of the hospital?
Correct.
So you've been in the hospital, you checked in Friday night, right?
Yeah.
So you've been there Saturday, Sunday, and on Monday they moved you out of ICU.
I believe that sounds all right.
Okay, and would I be correct that they did not let you bring real water into the hospital?
I don't recall bringing anything other than myself into the hospital.
Okay, so the only liquid you drank at the hospital was hospital water.
I wasn't able to drink any liquid at the hospital for a good amount of time.
You didn't drink any liquids?
When I was in the ICU, I wasn't able to really drink or eat much of anything. And then I think just before they transferred me out, I had some like liquid food. I was able to keep that down. And then when I was in the general sort of recovery area, was when I was actually able to, you know, drink some water and get some food from the cafeteria or they would deliver food to your room.
Good. And when you drink the water, that was hospital water, not real water.
It was the water they provided, yes.
Okay. All right, and it says, I skipped something, it says that you were having blood tests every 4 hours during the weekend. See that in the top there?
Yeah, there was a nurse that would come in when I was in the ICU every 4 hours to take a sample and run tests.
And you know if those were the liver tests that we were talking about?
I don't know what they were testing.
Okay, the next paragraph says, Tuesday morning, you want to be discharged, so you went home Tuesday morning?
Late morning, midday, somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay. It took me a week and a half of hell to achieve my regime of rest at home, unquote. Did I read that right?
Regimen.
Regimen, okay. So Tuesday morning, you went home, right?
Yep.
And how long did you stay at home before you were able to go back to work?
I want to say it was about a week and a half.
Okay. So since we've got about a week and a half to Tuesday morning, you were pretty much put out of commission for 3 weeks. Is that about right?
Yeah, and I mean, I was still extremely weak and out of it even at that point in time, after that point in time.
Okay, and it says, on the next sentence it says that debilitation of liver failure, I have been to hell and back. Did I read that right?
Yeah, it was a very terrible experience.
Okay. You wouldn't go through this again if I gave you 10 million bucks, would you?
Yeah.
All right.
Your Honor, the last video, I think, is probably 30 minutes long. It's, okay, Susan Dorn, Your Honor.
Okay.
Susan Dorn, D-O-R-A-N.
All right, and I think that'll be the last one for the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Doran, it's pronounced Doran, D-O-R-A-N?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where did you reside in 2016?
In Henderson, Nevada,
And how long had you lived in Henderson at that time?
at which point in 2016?
How long had you lived in Nevada in 2016?
At which point in 2016? I moved there in February 2016.
Okay, so you moved to Nevada in February 2016?
I did,
And where'd you come from?
California.
After coming to Nevada, did you have occasion to drink a product known as real water?
Yes.
And if you take a look at Exhibit 4, please, which are pictures of real water bottles at a display, does that appear to be the product you drank?
Yes.
What attracted you to real water, if anything?
I heard about it. It was word of mouth. And I learned about it at a workshop for local entrepreneurs and people working on podcasts and stuff. So it was a lot of like-minded people who were looking to strengthen the identity of Las Vegas as a local community and with local businesses and neat things going on locally in southern Nevada and Las Vegas. And being an environmentalist and being health conscious and supportive of creating robust communities within Clark County, the idea of real water appealed to me greatly. And having been a new person in Nevada, I had discovered how essential it was to stay hydrated, which is like nowhere I've ever lived before. So the combination of there being this new product from a green, interesting, young, health-minded company was extremely appealing to me. So I was all in.
And approximately when was that?
I don't remember exactly.
It would have been sometime after you came to Las Vegas in February 2016.
Yeah, it would have been probably in November or December of 2016.
And so you purchased some real water?
I did.
And where did you buy that?
I don't recall.
Was it the retail bottle such as we see in the pictures here on Exhibit 4? That you purchased?
I'm looking for Exhibit 4. Here it is. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And by retail bottles, I'm trying to distinguish between 5-gallon jugs that was used for home delivery. Did you ever get home delivery?
I did not.
Okay, so it was all retail bottles, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how much of it were you drinking, if you remember?
I'm really sorry. I don't know. Again, it was a really long time ago. Yeah.
Did real water become your exclusive water product?
No. It was, for a time, I was buying more real water than any other water, and then when I started to, have unpleasant experiences with it, I stopped. And then I started again. I kept wanting to give it a try, so, it was not exclusive, but it was a favorite go-to, we can say, for a time.
And did there come a time that you got sick after drinking real water?
Yes.
And approximately when was that?
It was, let's see, November, December 2016, and I let Real Water know about it at that time. And there was, I think, some low-level discomfort early in the year, and then in March of 2017, when my family was visiting, I wanted to share this special product with them. And I got sick, and my parents got sick, and my cats got sick. That's more than you asked, but there you have it.
Yeah, why don't we start with your, did you write Real Water an email on or about March 3rd, 2017?
I did.
Okay, could we have the email up, please? The second page. Can you read that, Mrs. Doran?
Ms. Doran.
Ms. Doran, okay, sorry.
Are you asking me to read it, or asking me, am I physically able to see it?
Are you physically able to see it?
I can see it.
Is this the email you wrote to Real Water on or about March 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Now, in the email, you titled it, quote, "Whole family sick from your water, including 87-year-old parents," unquote. Did I read that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Did your parents live with you at this time?
No, they were visiting.
Where did they live at?
They live in New Hampshire.
Okay. So they were just visiting for a couple weeks, a couple days, what?
I think it was 8 or 9 days.
And you say your family, your pets, what type of pet would that be?
I had 2 pets.
Okay. And did you get diarrhea?
Yes.
How about your parents?
Yeah.
And the cats?
Yeah.
Did anyone vomit?
No.
In the email you say, quote, "It creates a burning sour stomach," unquote. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, I see that.
And what do you mean by that? What did you mean by that?
It felt, and I am just gonna ask you a question. I also did send an email similar to this, mentioning these symptoms in November of 2016, but I presume you're gonna come back to that. So I'll stick with what you've asked me here. It was like a raw burning sensation. It was very unpleasant. Just like from like this sternum all the way down through the various organs, presumably, I don't know, but the feeling is, through the stomach, all the way down to the intestines, just very unpleasant and sick, just felt sick on top of the the pain and discomfort of the water.
And he sent a first email to Real Water, he said in November 2016,
Yes,
and that was before your parents got sick.
yes.
So March was at least the second time you've gotten sick from Real Water?
Oh, at least, yeah. Yeah, there,
And then did you vomit or anything?
never vomit.
Now, the first email, did someone contact you at Real Water after you sent the first email?
Sorry, I'm trying to get to my screen. Let's see. I had called and I had, I'm sorry?
I was just asking because the second email says, quote, "and never heard from you," unquote.
I had called and also emailed. And I'm trying to find the first email. Just a moment. As far as, I mean, what it says in the emails is what, what is so. This is a very long time ago, and I know that this is very important, and I'm attempting to help you as I tried to attempt to help Real Water, but this is a very long time ago.
Okay, so in the first email, you complained about diarrhea, is that correct?
Let's see, yes.
Okay. Anything else you complained about?
I complained about the bottles. They were flimsy and they would sort of collapse into themselves sometimes when you would try to open them, and it was very hard to open them.
Okay.
So I let them know about both of those things.
On the March 3rd, 2017 email, you say that you're going to be contacting the health department. Did you see that portion of the email? I will be contacting whether health departments in Las Vegas area or state of Nevada. You see that?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
I don't recall. I would imagine, I don't think so. I didn't look myself to see whether I had a record of that. If I did, it probably would have been through some intake form or a phone call, but I don't think I did. I think I was pretty busy, and I don't think I did.
Okay. And on page 2, is this a continuation of the email, or is this a second email? The first email appears to be 3:12 a.m. You see that? You top right there?
Mm-hmm.
And then on the next page, I have an email that says 12:31 a.m. Did you see the 12:31?
Yes, I'm reading it. I haven't seen that in a long time. Okay.
Okay, so you sent Real Water 2 emails in the March time period, is that correct?
Presumably, yeah.
And this is a true correct copy of the second email, the March 17, 2017, 12:31 a.m. email?
Yes.
And can you read that into the record, what that says?
Can I read it into the record?
Yeah, would
You
you
mean,
read
can I
the email? Yeah, would you read the email into the record for us? Would you read what the email says so we have it on the record?
Well, you have it on the record. record, it's right there. I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. Did you say in the email, quote, "Shame on you people, I am contacting any and all agencies that regulate your product," unquote? Did I read that right?
Yep.
And you also said, quote, "The fact that twice, 3 months apart, I've given you feedback about your water literally making people ill, and you have not called, let alone emailed, is beyond belief. Shame on you," unquote. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you were talking about making people ill, you were talking about yourself and your 2 parents, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. And
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to remember whether I had talked to anybody else about it. They said, they didn't like it either. I don't remember, but yeah, certainly myself and my family.
Okay. And did Real Water, going to the next page of Exhibit 2, did they send you an email back on or about March 21st, 2017, from Patty Converse?
Yes.
Did you receive that email from Real Water?
Can you make that a little bigger?
Yeah.
Thanks. Yep. Yes. I received that.
Okay. Did you ever speak to Patty Converse on the phone?
I think I did. There was, I know I had left messages. I think I may, excuse me, I may have spoken with her, but I don't recall.
Okay. And at the bottom of this, there appears to be yet another email that you sent in response to this one, which is dated March 21st, 2017 at 7:57. Do you see that email?
This is from me to
Right.
Patty Converse, yes,
And did you send that email back to Patty Converse?
yes.
And this email says, quote, "The fact it has happened twice, months apart, and quite profoundly each time with all family members and different family members and pets, tells me something seems not to be right," unquote. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
All right. After this time period, referring to March 2017, did you have occasion to have your liver enzymes checked?
No.
Did you have any liver tests that showed elevated readings?
I reached out to the physician's office that I had seen at that time to see whether there were any medical records that would, provide any data on that, and I did not hear back from them. And I'm a busy person, as we all are, and I didn't continually contact them to ask them that question, so.
And in one of the emails, they promised to give you 2 more cases of water. Did they do that?
I didn't want any more of their water. I wanted them to fix the problem. Because at that time, again, like, if I were the age I am now, I probably would have been more concerned about myself than them. But at the time, I was concerned about myself, but I mostly was concerned that if they wanted to get a good product off the ground, that was ostensibly aimed at, creating this very healthy product, local product, that they were failing, and that they needed to know, and that they needed to fix it. And the fact that my dad had gotten sick was pretty upsetting to me and to my parents and to my extended family who knew that this had happened. So I didn't want any more water. I never bought their water again. Never bought it again after this.
Okay. And so again, the symptoms you had were 1, diarrhea, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
2, the stomach rawness or yeah, as you described it, right?
Yes.
And then in the email you also talk about cramping. What does that mean?
It was just the whole experience. It just like low down, like I'm not a physician, so I don't know what exact organs are, where they are, but like a tight pain, that makes you sort of bend over with pain. I mean, it was literally painful.
Okay. And then Exhibit 3, what is Exhibit 3?
That is my parents and me when they were still healthy and we were still feeling well.
This is before
When they were visiting.
Before you drank the real water?
I think we'd started drinking it, but we weren't, very sick at that point. Just when, people in their 80s come to the desert for the first time, they might, initially feel a little off. And for me too, I, wasn't focusing on, feeling perfect. But these were like the early days of the visit when it wasn't really serious, which it later became.
If in any event, you quit drinking real water after this last episode in March 2017. Is that correct?
Right, yes.
Back when you alleged you were sick due to drinking real water, did you seek any medical treatment?
No.
Did a medical doctor ever tell you your symptoms were related to the consumption of real water?
No.
You indicated that you couldn't recall where you bought the retail bottles of real water, is that correct?
Correct.
At the time that you were purchasing the retail bottles of real water, were you shopping at any time at Whole Foods?
At any time during that period from November 2016 to March 2017, yes. Time to time.
Okay, when you first got sick in November or December of 2016, do you recall what you were eating the day that you first became sick?
I do not.
Do you recall what you ate the day before you got sick?
Unfortunately, I do not retain memory of what I ate in specific meals on specific days 6 years ago. Sorry.
Understood. I'm just trying to see what your memory serves. Do you recall eating at any restaurants the day you got sick or the day before you got sick?
I don't recall.
And in March of 2017, when you attributed your illness to real water, do you recall what you ate the day you first experienced symptoms?
I do not recall.
Do you recall eating at any restaurants with your parents when before you got ill?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Did anyone in your family, such as your parents, visit a doctor due to their symptoms?
No.
Did you ever make any inquiries at Whole Foods regarding real water?
I'm thinking. I may have asked them if they carried it or if they were going to be carrying it. It was the Green Valley Whole Foods that I went to, by the way. But I don't recall ever having bought real water from Whole Foods.
So you say you indicated you may have asked them, so is it fair to say that you're not certain whether you inquired at Whole Foods about real water?
Before I say yes or no, I want to give some context. I was really enthusiastic about real water, and so at different stores I would ask about it. You know, have you guys heard about this water? I'm really excited about it. Is that something you have? Is it something you're going to have? Or are you going to restock? Whatever. But no, I don't specifically recall asking somebody at Whole Foods about real water.
And am I correct in saying you don't recall actually purchasing real water at Whole Foods?
Correct, I don't.
You talked about 2 times you were sick, one in fall of 2016 and one in March of 2017, is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that it was fall, winter 2016 and then spring of 2017.
This is Mr. Kemp. What did you mean by you got sick twice in November and December 2016?
No, I'm saying that the incidents occurred in November and in December 2016.
And so you got sick 3 times?
At least.
Okay. From drinking real water, you got sick 3 times?
Yes.
In November of 2016, did you inform Real Water that you were sick from drinking real water?
Just a minute.
May I ask what you're looking at?
I am looking at my emails. Yes, well, let's see. I let them know about the problem with the bottles in November. And then I followed up and I let them know that the water was making me sick. Okay?
During that email, did you inform Real Water that you had been sick from drinking real water?
Yes, this is what it said. Hi, I've been having major trouble removing the cap from the large water bottles, but more problematic is my pets and I have been getting diarrhea from your water. It never happened with the smaller bottles. It is giving me a burning, sour feeling in my gut, and as said, diarrhea. It is not anything else because nothing in my pets or my diet has changed. I think you need to look into what the problem is. I will stop buying your water in the meantime. My guess is this: you're using water from the Vegas Valley, and it's hard water, which my whole life has given me diarrhea. Otherwise, something you're treating the water with or doing to it is making me sick, or the bottling is unsanitary. I just want to say I have nothing to gain from any of this. I want this to be on the record. I'm not benefiting in any way. This is taking time out of my work day, you know, to try to help with this, but I don't have any agenda. I wanted this company to do well. I was trying to give them a heads up as a healthy person who was suddenly getting these symptoms, that they might want to be a little bit more careful about what they were doing. So I don't, you know, this is a long time ago in the course of my life, and I'm I'm just doing what I was supposed to do. But, I don't have an agenda.
Thank you, Honor. That'll be your final witness for the day.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I see it's 4:40, it's time to go home, right? And anyway, remember, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media, and you know the prohibition there. And lastly, the former expressed any opinion on any subject connected to the trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And I'm thinking 9:15, Monday morning. All right, enjoy your weekend, have a safe trip.
All right, for the jury.
Judge, I'd like the record to note I did 9 witnesses today, breaks the previous record of 8 with my first trial. Oh, but can we do 10 on Monday? I don't know if I can do that,
I think
Raise
9,
the bar, 9?
I do think 9 might be the record in this department, as far as one day.
9 was pushing it, Your Honor.
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor.
you're welcome.